Policy Declaration of Canada, as amended by the delegates to the National Convention, September 9th, 2023, as consolidated by the National Policy Committee and approved by National Council. Table of Contents, Founding Principles. The Conservative Party will be guided in its constitutional framework and its policy basis by the following principles, and there's role of government, government accountability, democratic reform, open federalism, fiscal, economic development, trade, transportation, environment, health, social policy, indigenous affairs, criminal justice, communications, celebrating Canada's diversity, Canadian heritage and culture, rural Canada, agriculture, fisheries, immigration and refugees, foreign affairs, national defense and security, strong democracy, ongoing policy development. So, by the way, you guys should just read this in your spare time. I'll end up looking at it later, but you should read this in your spare time. But Yahoo! Founding principles. Can I zoom in a little bit further? Yeah, we can go there. That works, right? You guys can see that. It might be cut off a little bit on the edge there. It's fine. All right, you guys ready? You guys ready? Ugh. The Conservative Party will be guided in its constitutional framework, but its policy basis by the following principles: a belief in balance between fiscal responsibility, compassionate social policy that empowers the less fortunate by promotion self-reliance, and is that an error? Am I already finding a fucking ChatGPT error? Promotion of self-reliance and equality of opportunity, and the rights and responsibilities of individuals, families, and free associations. That's not a great start. Yeah, this is not a great start. Okay. The goal of building a national coalition of people who share these beliefs and who reflect the regional, cultural, and socio-economic diversity of Canada. The goal of developing this coalition, embracing our difference. That should be a semicolon, I think, not a comma. The goal of developing this coalition, embracing our differences and respecting our traditions, yet honoring a concept of Canada as the greater sum of strong parts. I hate this verbiage. And what about those who don't share the beliefs? Yeah, good question. Next question. The Conservative Party of Canada will operate in a manner accountable and responsive to its members. A belief in loyalty to a sovereign and united Canada governed in accordance with the Constitution of Canada, Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the supremacy of democratic parliamentary institutions, and the rule of law. A belief in the value and dignity of all human life. A belief in the equality of all Canadians. I don't know if my bias is just there's a lot of words in here that are doing me a heckin' concern. I should have gone and gotten my Tim Pool hat. A belief in the freedom of the individual, including freedom of speech, worship, assembly, and association. A belief in our constitutional monarchy, the institutions of parliament, and the democratic process. A belief in the federal system of government as the best expression of the diversity of our country, and in the desirability of strong provincial and territorial governments, where all must be treated so that the constitutional boundaries of governance between the federal and provincial authorities are respected for mutual and national benefits. Okay, so if I'm understanding this, it means that they're happy with like the election process being what it is, right? Okay, okay. I'll go. You know what? I'll put the goal on. Unleash. We shall make unleashing the spice available. And I will go get the hat. Hat. I've obtained hat. All right. Thank you, Borg. I'm glad that my reading capabilities are assisting. Okay. Rule of law sounds woke, yeah. A belief that English and French have equality of status and equal rights and privileges as to their use in all institutions of the Parliament and government of Canada. I mean, good. I agree with that. A belief that the best guarantors of the prosperity and well-being of the people of Canada are the freedom of individual Canadians to pursue their enlightened and legitimate self-interest with a free competitive economy. Okay. I mean, I feel like you should be allowed to do that regardless of what the economy is doing, but why are we tying those things together? Why is there a semicolon at the end of this? This colon makes sense. Why is there a semicolon here? And a semicolon here. And a period here. I usually agree with vague positive statements. Yeah, I know, right? This vague positive statement in a bubble is a vague and positive statement. The freedom of individual Canadians to enjoy the fruits of their labor to the greatest possible extent. I don't know what that means. The right to own property? What? 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 Define free competitive economy, right? What about belief the First Nations have equality of status? No, only the French, I guess. What? A belief that a responsible government must be fiscally prudent and should be limited to those responsibilities which cannot be discharged reasonably by the individual or others. Okay, I want to point out real quick that Canada's recessions and Canada's like the people who spend the most and when Canada has like a bigger deficit is when the conservatives are. I'm pulling this number off the top of my head, so the exact number might not be correct, but if I'm remembering correctly, Harper ended his long term as prime minister in office as the conservative leader. Ended with like 130 is it trillion or billion? Trillion, I think. In debt, and Trudeau when Trudeau resigned, he was sitting at about 68 trillion. So we're talking like magnitudes of trillions of dollars in debt dealt with by Trudeau, and they still point to him to being like, he spent too much money. Like, I fucking hate these people. It's the worst. Jack for Two said elbows up and spice up. Let's go. Let's go. Dave McGinnis for 1 Canadian. Thank you very much, Dave. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. A belief that it is responsibility of individuals to provide for themselves, their families, and their dependents while recognizing that government must respond to those who require assistance and compassion. I don't... I hate the wording in this is like triggering something in my... I'm triggered! I'm a triggered lefty! Ah! Oh my god. I don't know. Maybe it's because I read Project 2025 and I'm like, I know what all this means. And I'm like, oh no. I need a haircut. That's what I need. A belief that is a belief that the purpose of Canada as a nation state and its government, guided by reflective and prudent leadership, that's twice they've put prudent in there, is to create a climate wherein individual initiative is rewarded, excellence is pursued, security and privacy of the individual is provided, and prosperity is guaranteed by a free competitive market economy. Oh, just throwing loonies. Yeah. Ding ding ding. I wish I had a loony on me. That would be great. It's billions, not trillions. Oh, thank you, Landon. Thank you for the correction. Billions, not trillions. Thank you. I couldn't remember which one it was, but yeah, it's a massive difference. A belief that Canada should continue its strong heritage of national defense, supporting a well-armed military, honoring those who serve, and promoting our history and traditions. Okay. Here's the thing that I'm going to take issue with that I think needs to be pointed out. The Freedom Convoy, the one that was backed by the Conservative Party, the one where Pierre Poilievre went to go give them coffee and donuts, and he said out loud in pressers that he supported them, said that out loud, who were carrying around Nazi flags and fuck Canada flags, desecrated the grave of the unmarked soldier, or the grave of the grave of the unknown soldier in Ottawa, which is a big monument to all of the Canadian soldiers who died in World War II, whose bodies we do not know or have. Then, they also desecrated the Terry Fox statue. You know, the guy who, the guy with the leg who was running across Canada from east to west for medical research. That guy? Yeah, both of these things were desecrated. That were backed by Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party. So do not tell me, and do not come to me with your fucking horseshit of the founding principles is that we care about honoring those who serve and promoting our history and tradition while you're sitting there jerking off fucking John A. MacDonald. Like, absolutely fucking not. Like, absolutely fucking not. Alright, let me take a look at what this is. What is this? Fraser Research Bulletin examining federal debt by Canada Prime Minister since the Confederation 2022. Oh, bro, this is great. All right, well, I'll have to go through this another time, but like, look at this. Johnny McDonald, time in office. Yeah. There's Harper. That's cool. Oh, it's got graphs. Look how pretty it is. Yahoo! That's awesome. All right. Anyway. Yeah, so don't come to me with your fascist Nazi flags and desecrating fucking well-known war heroes and social heroes and heroes for medical research and tell me you care about honoring those who serve and you promote the history and traditions, especially when you also you pick and choose which history and which traditions. Again, you'll notice the First Nations were left out of the right to equal rights. They listed France, like they listed the Quebecois, but not the First Nation people. Yeah, this is bullshit. This is probably this is just them spitting in your face. A belief that the quality of the environment is a vital part of our heritage to be protected by each generation for the next. Sure. A belief that Canada should accept its obligations among the nations of the world. Okay, what do you think those obligations are? I'd be curious to know. A belief that Canadian jurisdiction extends beyond the coastline to include the internationally recognized regions of the Territorial Sea, Exclusive Economic Zone (EEZ), and the continental shelf. A belief that good and responsible government is attentive to the people it represents and consists of members who at all times conduct themselves in an ethical manner and displaying integrity, honesty, and concern for the interests of all? Is that why you're standing by the genocide denial guy? Are you serious right now? Again, I would like to point out this was posted and like put together in 2023 and it's currently 2025. Are we talking about like we're talking about concerns and best interests for all and ethical when you talk about women's biological clocks? Pierre Polyev, you fucking creep. Ew, he's so gross. He gives me the ick. He's so icky. Waiting for the US to be renamed. This is South Canada. Goodness gracious me. Truck protesters funded by Putin via crypto coin number laundering via money mules depositing into crowdfunding sites that would make even the company blush. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And then after it was quote unquote taken care of, Trudeau enacted an emergency provision and froze people's bank accounts and like listed these people as terrorists, and a bunch of them like went to jail and stuff. One of them was recently just one of the jailings recently just came out a couple of weeks ago, and the Conservative Party and other Russian talking heads tried to say that Trudeau did something illegal. And they did do a brief investigation to make sure everything followed the rules, and there was never any charges, and there was never anything dealt out, so go figure, it was all bullshit. So, a belief that all Canadians should have reasonable access to quality healthcare regardless of their ability to pay. What? What do you mean regardless of their ability to pay? You're already in Canada, you're already paying for your healthcare. It's part of your taxes. You're already paying for it. So what do you mean regardless of their ability to pay? What are you talking about? And what does reasonable access mean? It should just be access. Why is there a caveat of the word reason? What is unreasonable access to healthcare? I would immediately fucking question. I'd love to know, what is unreasonable access to quality healthcare? Because is there reasonable access to poor quality healthcare? A belief that the greatest potential for archiving social and economic objectives is under a global trade regime that is free and fair. Whatever. Okay, policy declaration of the Conservative Party of Canada. A, role of government. The role of government. The Conservative Party believes the role of government is to protect the lives and property of its citizens, ensure equality of opportunity, foster an environment where individuals and private initiatives can prosper, ensure the security of our nation's borders and the safety of our citizens at home and abroad. I mean, I feel like that's this over again, but more specific, I guess. Provide services to Canadians that cannot be provided more efficiently and effectively by individuals or by the private sector. Oh no. Oh no. Maintain and enhance national infrastructure. Government accountability. Ministerial accountability. A fundamental component of parliamentary government is ministerial accountability to Parliament. The Conservative Party is determined to enforce parliamentary principles of government accountability. We believe that ministers should continue to have authority and be accountable for the policies they implement and the administrative actions of their departments. I mean, that isn't that the thing that's already happening? Like, isn't that already isn't it, is that not what is already the case? Like, am I wrong? Am I misunderstanding something? Hmm. Okay. Government, 3, public service excellence. The Conservative Party believes that all Canadians, sorry, give me 1 second. I do see you, Johnny. I'll address what you're saying in a second. I don't want to make you feel like I'm not paying attention. I'll get to you in a second. I just want to get through a little bit of this and then I'll address it. The Conservative Party believes that all Canadians deserve an efficient, effective, and independent professional public service. Independent. Independent public. We believe the government should build upon the whistleblowing protection legislation to ensure that those who expose corruption and wrongdoing are protected from reprisal. We continue to support any measures which enhance public service effectiveness and accountability. Guys, they're going to find all the waste and fraud. We believe that public service benefits and pensions should be comparable to those of similar employees in the private sector. Sure. Yeah, I would argue that they should be better, in my opinion. You should want government jobs to be attractive to people so you can get the best people. So I would probably say that you would actually want it to be better rather than similar, but okay. And to the extent that they are not, they should be made comparable to such private sector benefits and pensions in future contract negotiations. Sure, I'm this good. I agree with this. This is fine. Sound financial management. The Conservative Party believes, 1, government should continue to strengthen the internal audit and comptrollership functions of government, ensuring that program delivery matches the intent of the program. Spending is measured against objectives, and cost overruns are brought to the immediate attention of Parliament. The audit is the role of the Treasury Board. The General Auditor should be able to table reports with the Clerk of the House of Commons while Parliament is not sitting and have them made public through the Speaker. And the government should ensure transparency, accuracy, and of confidence in the government's finances by providing the Audit General with full access to all documents from all federal organizations, including all agencies, Crown corporations, and Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board and foundations. It sounds like extra bureaucracy, but I mean, this doesn't surprise me considering this is coming from the Conservative Party that tried to hold a vote of no confidence against Trudeau multiple times and failed every single time. The Conservative Party of Canada will reform the supply system to strengthen the criteria in order to prevent awarding contracts to companies who put into play our national security and in return consider that there are a number of Canadian firms highly qualified and capable of also assessing contracts. Okay, so that's moving government contracts, and instead of doing those in the government, he's talking about privatizing it. So this is Doge. This is mini Doge shit. On the other hand, that's probably a terrible idea. I don't think I want national security in the hands of private companies. Personally, I don't think that's a great idea. That seems like not seems very small-brained. And I do think this is a little bit rich coming from the Conservative Party leader who still to this very day, after years, has not gotten his security clearance when it took Mark Carney 3 weeks to get it. Government duplication and waste. So I'm sorry, did I not just tell you this is they're gonna count? They're gonna get all the waste and fraud, guys. The waste and fraud. The Conservative Party believes the government should implement detailed process to streamline government services and eliminate waste, unnecessary overlap, duplication between the levels of government and within and between the departments of the federal government. A conservative government will undertake regular reviews of all government spending programs and terminate those programs whose objectives are no longer valid or have already been met or whose objectives are not consistent with the objectives of the government. Oh my, it's the same! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I hate that. That's terribly sounds like Doge. Yeah, this is Doge. This is we want to hire Elon Musk because again, if you remember, he said private firms. Private firms. Oh, good God. And the one that gets me at the end of this is like maybe you would agree with reviewing the spending programs, right? And maybe you would agree with terminating programs whose objectives are no longer valid, whatever that looks like. And maybe you might be able to agree with, oh well, the job of this is already done, so we don't need to have this here anymore and whose objective this is the one that nobody should agree with regardless of whether you like the conservative party or not, whose objectives are not consistent with the objectives of the government. That means if it doesn't agree with the conservative party, because this is what the conservative party wants to do if they're in power, so the objective of the conservative government, right? So if you have a housing program, for example, if you have a program that benefits farmers, if you have, for example, if you have something like USAID, for example, and the conservative government is like, nah, that doesn't align with our objectives, that they should just cut it and it should just be terminated. That's not how that works. That's terrible. We've already seen how that is collapsing the United States and causing hundreds of thousands of people to lose their jobs. So I don't entirely agree with the ones that came before this, but anybody should just disagree with this. This is a terrible idea. And even if we didn't have an example directly south of us in the meth lab downstairs, empowering the ethics commissioner. The Conservative Party believes in empowering the ethics commissioner with more punitive options for repeat offenders of the Conflict of Interest Act as it applies to MPs and senators to ensure compliance. Are you serious? Conflicts of interest. The Conservative Party is going to pretend that, like, fucking they are not a massive walking conflict of interest. Oh, good God. All right. Yikes. I don't. Oh, this is providing more power to the government to make sweeping things that they do not require due process for. That's what this is. Access to information. The Conservative Party advocates regular independent reviews of Canada's access to information system, making it world-class, open, timely, and accountable with greater automatic enforcement, including mandatory penalties payable by any institution subject to the, quote, Access to Information Act for breach of statutory deadlines or complaints upheld by the Office of Information Commissioner. So, if, for example, if the conservative government said, we want the information and a review done by the forestry department of New Brunswick, and they say you have 60 days, and then New Brunswick says that's gonna take longer than 60 days. Too bad, the robot's gonna charge you when the 60 days rolls over. With you know what also makes this like a bit of a problem? Statutory deadlines sometimes are not met due to the sensitivity of information. So it takes longer to go through information that is classified. So this is like talking about ways to fuck with like the RCMP. Fiscal transparency. Okay. The Conservative Party will mandate government inquiries, departments, and Crown cooperations to broadly increase data published in machine-reliable formats using prevailing open standards Furthermore, the Conservative Party will add criteria for recipients of public funds to publish outcomes via open data. Well, congratulations, Johnny. Men don't compete in women's sports, so problem solved. All right, let's take a look at what Johnny has to say. Johnny seems very upset. They say, "Oh no, I was gonna read it. No." You got right when I was fucking gonna get to him. That's okay. You just got a timeout. It's fine. I can see them. I can see the comments. It's fine. You're good. You're good. You're good. Let's take a look. What are we looking at? What's Johnny so mad about? Johnny, why are you mad, bro? Let's find out why Johnny's mad. I gotta open some of these real quick. Hold up. Let's see. Where I'm gonna scroll up by like a minute or two. Let's see. Let's see what obvious troll is obviously upset about. Why are you so mad, bro? Why are you so mad? CBC gets 1.8 billion if we're gonna talk subsidies. Meanwhile, they fire hundreds and pay 18 million in bonuses. Okay. I mean, Carney's already talking about giving more money to the CBC, so I'm okay with that. If you want to talk about corruption in media, I did a video about Chatham Asset Management, and I would recommend you take a look at that. So I think that's something I've already covered. Let's see what we got here. Pierre takes photos with thousands. Are we talking about crowd sizes? You're never gonna beat the mini-me Donald Trump accusations. He does talk about crowd sizes. Right now, actually, if you take a look at, again, I wasn't gonna talk about this one today, but I will reference it. Pierre Poilievre's messaging and where he's coming out to talk to people, where he's doing media appearances, his press releases are so tailored, and the questions are pre-screened, and who's allowed to be there to record, that his team are allegedly physically laying hands on reporters and people who live in the area to force them out of the space. So if you want to talk about that, you're gonna have to address things like this. And there are multiple reports of this. You're also going to have to talk about how Poilievre has been silencing other conservatives because he's an authoritarian. And being, like, really problematic in that regard. Let's see. None this stuff is woke. We'd rather not turn our politics and our discussions of politics into culture war. So if you want to have a culture war, you're more than welcome, but we're just not doing that here. Do some education on socialism and corporate handouts for agriculture. They are not apples to apples. Okay, it sounds like you're talking about two different things and saying these two different things aren't the same thing, and I would agree with you. Emergency Act is illegal, was found in the Supreme Court, so bouncy castles and flags over 2 weeks in detrimental, yet you say 1.5 years of Palestine is condoned. What? That's just not a sentence. What are you talking about? The Emergency Act isn't illegal. Are you saying that the usage of the act was illegal? Really? Where are the charges? You have a citation for that one. Get further if this was not based on her woke, uneducated opinion and hatred for the conservatives. Yeah, I hate Nazis and I hate right-wing extremism. And I don't like culture politics. And then they said they were leaving. And then they said, as a fellow Canadian, until they came back, trying to help you guys wake up. I thought you didn't like woke. You can't say we hate woke and then tell everybody to wake up. What are you talking about? It's fun. CBC Global, CTV, Toronto Star, National Post, Globe and Mail, all left wing. That's incorrect. That is factually incorrect. Again, I did a video where I broke down where some of these places are getting their money from, specifically the National Post and the Toronto Sun and the Calgary Herald and a couple of other ones are all owned by Post Media, which is owned by majority by Chatham Asset Management, which is an American hedge fund conglomerate that also owns and has ties to right-wing politics and admitted in court to assisting Donald Trump cover up the Stormy Daniels stuff during the 2016 election. So, incorrect. I think it's cute how wrong you are. Security clearance, by the way, is a gag order. No, it's not. That's not what you that's just wrong. All right, we're caught up. So, let us continue. Listen, if you have a citation, you can put the citation in. Go ahead. I'm more than happy to pull it up later. Democratic reform. Back to business. Now that the very angry boy has been addressed. Officers of Parliament. The Conservative Party believes that, but we all agree, though, that this is Project 2025, right? This is just a redux. He took a photo with a white supremacist here in Halifax, like, last week. The well meeting with their groups. Oh, yeah, you mean Polyev? Yeah, of course he did, because he's an authoritarian. He's an authoritarian who's cool with Nazis. And yeah, I hate to be the bearer, but, like, I'm not gonna shy away from, I'm not gonna shy away from the accusation that I don't like the Conservative Party. I don't like the Conservative Party. But if you want me to like the Conservative Party, you're going to have to convince me by telling me things about the Conservative Party that I would like. Right? So, convince me. Why should I like the Conservative Party? Let's pretend I'm neutral. Why should I like the Conservative Party? What should I like about Polyev? He hates women. He votes against accessibility. He's an authoritarian, and he hangs out with Nazis. I feel like hanging out with Nazis is a deal breaker, regardless of what, if I found, like, if Carney was hanging out with Nazis and buying them donuts, I would take issue with that, because it doesn't matter what party you're a part of. But the Conservative Party being co-opted when it coalesced by right-wing extremists, I do not like right-wing extremism. I do not tend to like extremism, whether it's right or left. I do not like right-wing extremism. I don't like Nazis. I didn't realize not liking Nazis was like a thing that people didn't agree on all of a sudden. It seems like the only reason you wouldn't agree with not liking Nazis would be if you were pro-Nazi. I like how the citation is Google it. Hold on, I have a thing for this. I have a button for this. Citation needed. Yeah, if you don't know how to cite something in a Google chat without a link, then I don't know what to tell you. You might be a little bit too far. You might be a little bit too behind. A little bit too far behind, my friend. So, learn how to post a citation properly. Feel free to post your citation. The offices of Parliament. The Conservative Party believes that senior officers such as the Auditor General, the Chief Electoral Officer, the Comptroller General, Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, Information Commissioner, and Privacy... Sorry, I'm still laughing at security clearance is a gag order. That's really stupid. Privacy Commissioner should be appointed by Parliament and report to it. Free votes. Conservative Party believes in restoring? Chet, you need to wake up, go back to sleep to avoid being woke because we have a big problem, and if you're not asleep enough, you might notice them, and that's what makes the men box women in sports. Oh no! It seems that Canadian-style libertarians are just as cowardly and selfish as those in the United States that suffer from libertarian political malaise. Yeah. Okay, what do you mean restoring? Why is the word restoring in here? Conservative Party believes in restoring democratic accountability into the House of Commons by allowing free votes. How come it's gone? Where did it go? When did it go? What are you talking about? All votes should be free except for the budget, main estimates, and core government initiatives. So, okay. On issue of moral conscience, such as abortion, the definition of marriage, and euthanasia, the Conservative Party acknowledges the diversity of deeply held personal conviction among individual party members and the right of members of parliament to adopt positions in consultation with their constituents and to vote freely. Okay, that's a problem. This is a problem. This is a problem for a couple of reasons. One, marriage being just between a man and a woman, or gay marriage, has been codified, like our version of codified. It is a federal law that gay marriage is legal, and it has been for at least a decade, if not longer than that. I think it's been longer than a decade, but at least a decade. So the fact that the Conservatives are even bringing it up is a problem, as something that, as if it can be voted against, because they're trying to say, oh, you should be able to vote freely based on your personal convictions and your constituents, as if you would be, because you can't vote on this anymore. This is done. We did this. We made this decision. It's a right. Gay people are allowed to get married. So even implying that you need the freedom to vote about something that's already been established in federal law is fucking nuts. Same with euthanasia, and same with abortion. Abortion has been legal in Canada for a long time. Same-sex marriage was around 20 years ago. Jesus Christ! I lost a decade. 2 decades! So the fact that the Conservative Party wants to reopen such things for question and for voting is actually insane. To vote freely means that they can get a set of Albertans to put down those Canadians who don't speak white. Yes. Yes. This is so that provinces or areas can regionally decide that abortions aren't allowed here. Because again, if you think about like the provinces as if they are states, and there's a federal law, and the federal law is gay rights and being allowed to be married. Gay people are allowed to get married. Right? This is suggesting that the members of parliament, which are the MPs, which would be like your Danielle Smith, your Doug Ford, your Charlie Angus, your members of parliament are allowed to have separate votes and ignore the federal ruling. The federal ruling, which went through the court, like it went through our courts, and was deemed constitutional. So trying to suggest that an area could limit access to healthcare, limit access to freedoms and rights, to marriage and abortion and euthanasia, is authoritarian nonsense. Absolute horseshit. Like, this is unthinkable. That's not how anything fucking works. And even suggesting that it ought to work that way is insane. But yeah, voting for the Conservative Party is going to be... Remember earlier when they said, oh, access to reasonable health care. Is this the unreasonable health care? Why wouldn't you think you'll be more free with less rights? You think we're fucking stupid? Supreme Court judge appointments. The Conservative Party believes that nominees to the Supreme Court of Canada should be ratified by free vote in Parliament after receiving the approval of the Justice Committee of the House of Commons. So they want to readjust when and who's allowed to become... They want to change the system. Even though they said earlier they believed in the system, they want to change the system. Senate reform. The Conservative Party supports the election of senators. The Conservative Party believes in an equal Senate to address the uneven distribution of Canada's population and to provide a balance to safeguard regional interests. We believe that wherever the people of a province or territory by democratic election chooses persons qualified to be appointed to the Senate, the government should continue the practice of filling any vacancy in the Senate for the province or territory from among those elected persons. Okay. Electoral reform. Conservative Party believes the discussion of possible changes to the electoral system is valuable in a healthy democracy. So if they deem it unhealthy, then they can just be like, nah. In reviewing options for electoral reform, we believe the government should not endorse any new electoral system that will weaken the link between members of parliament and their constituents. So, ranked choice voting. That will create unimaginably large ridings or will strengthen the control of the party's machinery over the individual members of parliament. So yeah, they don't want ranked choice voting. They don't want to change the they don't want to change the votes, even though everybody is like, hey, we need to change this. Woke Chesh equals pro trans pro trains. Yo, trans trains. Let's go. I'm on board. Choo choo, motherfucker. Oh, I can't help but notice on the failure that our one angry little boy decided that they were not only unable to find a citation, but had nothing of value to contribute to the discussion, and had no reason that anybody should vote for the Conservative Party. Yay! Good job, little propaganda shill. Very good job. I appreciate your attempt. Pro-trains, trans, trams, and trolls. And no tolls. Oh, God. Alright, a national referendum must be held prior to implementing any future electoral reform proposal. What? Is that currently the way it works? There should be no additional public funding of federal political parties beyond that presently contained in the Electorals Canada Act. Okay, so interestingly enough, there's been talk of changing this, of putting a limit cap. So not necessarily changing it by adding, but changing it by removing options. And so I think that's interesting. So I don't know what their implication is here, but whatever. We believe that foreign contributions to Canadian third-party organizations should be disallowed. The Elections Canada Act should be amended to prohibit third parties from accepting foreign funding for domestic political activity, prevent third-party collaboration during election campaigns, and include stiffer penalties for rule breakers. Why is there no period at the end? So are we gonna how would that affect the proven Indian interference in getting Polyev the seat in the Conservative Party? This also specifies during the election campaigns. So what about outside of election campaigns? Independent judiciary. The Conservative Party believes that an independent judiciary is a vital safeguard to the freedom of Canadians against the exercise of arbitrary power by the state. Sure, yeah. 15. Wow, good, thanks. Good job, guys. Is this a different font size? Good God, this thing is equally as much of a mess. Parliament and courts and the Charter. The Conservative Party believes that Parliament, rather than the courts, is the law-making body of Canada. David says Pierre doesn't know anything about the Indian interference in his election because he doesn't have a security clearance. This is true! The Conservative Party believes that Parliament, rather than the courts, is the law-making body of Canada. That's almost distilled to the point of dishonesty. Um the laws that are written in Parliament and proposed and passed in Parliament have to also be passed by the courts, because the courts are there to help do the check and balance thing and decide if it follows and is in line with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So, like, for example, if the Conservative Party were to get a supermajority and the Conservative Party were to say gay rights and gay marriage isn't allowed anymore, we're changing the federal law and saying that we're getting rid of that in federal government and we're leaving it up to the provinces to hold votes to decide, make their decision within their jurisdictions as they see fit, then normally that would get challenged in the court to say, actually, this is against the Constitution. But the Conservative Party is saying the Constitution, that the courts don't get a say. They believe that the court shouldn't have a say and they should be allowed to do what they want with no check and balance. We support the establishment of a parliamentary judicial review committee to prepare an appropriate response to those court decisions that Parliament believes should be addressed through litigation. We reaffirm the legitimacy of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, including Section 33 notwithstanding clause. We support legislation to remove authority from the Canadian Human Rights Commission. Remove authority from the Canadian Human Rights Commission and the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal to regulate, receive, investigate, and adjudicate complaints related to the Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. Oh, good God. Damn it. This fucking guy. Oh my God. Alright, so let's pull it up. What is Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act? Hate messages. That is bad. Seriously bad. Yeah, that's very bad. Christy! Welcome to the Canadian Conservative Party's version of Project 2025. It is a discriminatory practice for a person or a group of persons acting in concert to communicate telephonically or to cause to be so communicated repeatedly or in whole, in part, by means of the facilities of a telecommunications undertaking with the legislative authority of Parliament, any matter that is likely to expose a person or persons or hatred or contempt by reason of the fact that the person or those persons are identifiable on the basis of a prohibited ground of discrimination. 2. For greater certainty, subsection 1 applies in respect of a matter that is communicated by a means of computer or a group of interconnected or related computers, including the internet, or any similar means of communication, but does not apply in respects to a matter that is communicated in whole or in part by means of the facilitated of a broadcasting undertaking. Interpretation. For the purposes of this section, no owner or operator of a telecommunication undertaking communicates or causes to be communicated any matter described in subsection 1 by reason or only that the facilities of a telecommunication undertaking owned or operated by that person are used by other persons of the transmission of that matter. This is hate speech. This is talking about harassment and hate speech. Hi, Honest Red. My brother in Christ. Remove authority from the Human Rights Commission and the Human Rights Tribunal to regulate, receive, investigate, or adjudicate complaints related to Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. Conservatives pro-discrimination. Yeah, that's what that is. That's what that is. Is it still Jordan Peterson doesn't like? Yeah, it's one of the ones that Jordan Peterson doesn't like. Yeah. Bill C-16 is his specific one was Bill C-16. But this is was put in the charter. Yeah, Johnny, what do you think of removing authority for people's rights to not be discriminated against by race? Which, by the way, discrimination against race already includes white people, asshole. Race, religion, creed, nationality, sexual orientation, and sexual identity. Those are the 6 off the top of my head. Yeah, gender. Yeah. I think sexual identity is the way they word gender, but I might be wrong. And pro-dictatorship with the support of the notwithstanding clause. Yeah, they want to reaffirm the notwithstanding clause, but then also remove people's ability to investigate and adjudicate fucking hate crime and discrimination. Well, we made it almost 15 pages out of 50. This is gonna take longer than actually no, it's not gonna take longer than I thought. But I spent too much time comparing the American election last year to the one upcoming this year. So this is again, I would like to point out that they wrote this and like codified it within their own party in 2023. That's what it said at the top. 2023. We're talking about the Conservative Party contesting abortion rights, federal abortion rights, trying to get rid of that, the federal rights to that. Contesting gay marriage and gay rights and euthanasia. They broke already at least half of it. And internally inconsistent. Of course it's internally inconsistent. We support your rights and freedoms, except we don't support your rights and freedoms, and we want to revoke those. And also we want to take away your ways of getting those things rectified and dealt with and fixed. So if you're getting discriminated against because you're white, you have no legal recourse. If you're not getting hired at a place because you're gay, you have no legal recourse. If Canadian Tire says you're not allowed to shop here because we don't take your kind, too bad. By the way, this would that's the type of protection that protects you from your political affiliation. So if you're a Nazi and you're trying to get a job and everybody knows you're a Nazi and everybody's like, fuck you, and they're discriminating against you for being a Nazi, you have legal recourse. I think you should be discriminated against, but the law says we have to, like, not do that, I guess. So, you know. Dive back into what we're supposed to be doing today. Conservative Party of Canada Policy Declaration. As amended by the delegates to the National Convention September 9th, 2023, as consolidated by the National Committee and approved by National Council. I just want to remind everybody that this is from 2023, so this is like long-standing policies. These hasn't been changed. This is what they were talking about in 2023. It's now 2025. So we were on page 15. Yeah, here we go. And I just about, like, I'm pretty sure I lost it. I think my brain broke. I think that's what happened, and that's why we stopped, right? Page 15, if I'm remembering correctly. What did I read last that, like... Oh, this is unions. Property rights. Oh, yeah, we support litigation to remove authority from the Canadian Human Rights Commission and the Human Rights Tribunal to regulate, receive, investigate, or adjudicate complaints related to Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. That's right. They wanted to stop giving people recourse through the government and through resources for recourse if they're being harassed and defamed and 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 discriminated against. Because of course, lost decade. We also finally had marijuana legalized under that decade. Yeah, yeah, we got marijuana legalized. We got a pipeline. We got trade agreements with countries we never had them with before. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we had to work with the UK because Brexit was going on. We had to deal with COVID. That was a thing, and Trudeau did a good job with COVID. We had to deal with the truckers. We had to deal with Trump's first term, if you recall. We had to navigate that, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, there's some trade relation talks that went on with China, as well. Like, there's been a lot. There's like a lot has happened, and so to pretend that we've been going backwards, well, we've been going forwards. While these people are trying to drag us backwards is pretty crazy. Yeah, influx of funding to the arts. Yep. That's also a thing that happened. Property rights. The Conservative Party believes oh yeah, and they were saying that they wanted to question gay abortion and gay marriage and great, yeah, good, Yahoo. Property rights. The Conservative Party believes the government should seek the agreement of the provinces to amend the constitution to include property rights, as well as guarantee that no person shall be deprived of their just right without due process of law and full, just, and timely compensation. I'm sorry, you're trying to turn property into people? Is that my understanding here? That's terrible. That's a terrible idea. If maybe I'm misunderstanding that, but we believe the government should enact legislation to ensure that full, just, and timely compensation will be paid to all persons who are deprived of personal or property as a result of any federal government initiative, policy, process, regulation, or litigation. Well, that is something that is almost solely going to benefit the upper percentages, right? Of wealth. That's something that only assists businesses and wealthy people, because like the average person is not buying more than one house. No, the average person right now isn't buying any house, but yeah, okay. Rights of workers. The Conservative Party of Canada, 1, supports the rights of workers to organize democratically, to bargain collectively, to appease, withdraw, and withhold services well, respecting the law, respecting the rights of other workers without sanction not to participate should they so choose, and C, respecting private property. Scabs. That's scabs. That's please respect the other workers that are trying to undercut the entire point of a strike. Ew. Don't be a scab. Believes that government should work with unions and employers in areas of federal jurisdiction to develop dispute settlement mechanisms and encourage their use to avoid or minimize disruption to services to Canadians. Support the right of union workers to a secret ballot and any strike vote, and in all union elections. Support rights to work legislation to allow optional union membership, including student unions. Interesting. Supports the requirement that unions be subject to full, transparent annual financial reporting so long as they enjoy a not-for-profit status and receive public support in the form of tax deductibility of union dues. Believes that the federal government must act to ensure that members of the union under federal jurisdiction have control over the use of the funds collected in the form of mandatory dues. The federal government should legislate the following: a federal public service union and unions in federally regulated industries must explicitly detail on an annual basis for their membership the portion of their budget allocated to political donations to media organizations, and to political activism and campaigns. Okay, interesting. B, federal public service unions and unions in federally regulated industries must allow members to opt out of the portion of their dues that are allocated for the activities above. But Aren't all unions federally regulated to some degree? Am I wrong about that? Aren't they? Didn't they already talk about how, like, unions and employers in areas of federal jurisdiction, which is like, federal jurisdiction is the country. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm giving this document too much credit and being like, well, maybe I'm the dumb one, and it's just like, no, this is self-contradictory and doesn't make any sense. We believe that mandatory union membership and forced financial contributions as a condition of employment limit the economic freedom of Canadians and stifle economic growth. Well, that's just horseshit. Yeah, if you want to work with a company that has a union, you pay into the union. If you don't want to work with at a place that has a union and don't want to pay those dues, then don't. That's the choice. Free speech. The Conservative Party recognizes that open dialogue on the basis of is the basis of any democratic society. For this reason, the Conservative Party supports freedom of speech for all Canadians. The Conservative Party will promote policies and legislations designed to protect freedom of expression, speech in the public square, including media and internet platforms, in accordance with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We will safeguard Canadians' rights to create and access content on the internet without government-sanctioned censorship and nullify unconstitutional restrictions. What are there currently any unconstitutional restrictions that because if you combine this with this, then you've got a problem on your hands. You got a pretty big fucking problem on your hands, because now you've got a combination of fucking you're allowed to, like, people are allowed to hate speech at you on the internet, but we're protecting you, we promise. I think that they just want to get rid of that. They just completely want to just get rid of Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act by the looks of it. They want to nullify something. Well, the only thing they've mentioned so far is that, so. Protecting free speech of Canadians on Canadian campuses. The Conservative Party of Canada will incentivize federal funding to Canadian universities that have implemented Chicago principles. What the fuck are Chicago principles? I don't know what that is. Hold on, let me look. What is Chicago principles? According to Wikipedia, Chicago Principles, also known as the Chicago Statement, are a set of guided principles intended to demonstrate a commitment to freedom of speech and freedom of expression on college campuses in the United States. Initially adopted in the University of Chicago following a report issued by a designated Committee on Freedom of Expression in 2014, they came to be known as the Chicago Statements or Chicago Principles. As a foundation for individual rights and education, led a campus to encourage other universities across the country to sign up for the principles or model their own. Since 2014, a number of other universities committed to the principles, following a series of incidents in 2014 where students at various schools sought to prevent controversial commencement of speakers. The Committee of Freedom of Expression at the University of Chicago was formed and charged by the president to draft a statement that would articulate the university. Okay, but what is it? The report cited historical precedents by former U.S. Oh my god, what's the policy? An essential element of university culture. Discussion of ideas, even if some or even by most members of the university find them disagreeable, offensive, unwise, immoral, or wrong-headed. The president of Robert J. Zimmer, which I believe would be, president of the university. Narrow exceptions to the general principle of freedom of expression may include restrictions on expressions that violates the law, that falsely defames a specific individual, harassment, blah, 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 blah. The committee wrote that the university is responsible is twofold. Promote lively and fearless freedom of debates. Is 2014 not, like, in and around the time when people didn't want to, students were protesting, what's his name? Milo Yiannopoulos? It essentially says you're allowed to have Nazis speak on campus. Yeah, that's basically what this is. It says a series of incidents, but doesn't tell me what the series of incidences were. Like, that's so fucking sussy to me. What can I get a? What was going on at the Chicago University in 2014? Hold on. I'm thinking that this is around in and around the Milo Yiannopoulos stuff. Let's just hold on. Hold on. Because the students have a right to protest. So like them protesting, if that's enough to stop you from wanting to speak there, and the students don't want you to speak there, the students ought to be allowed to say like, hey, our money goes into this. We're paying for this. We don't want to listen to this man. And we don't want our money to go to this person. Like, I think that's just equally as freedom of expression, regardless. What? Incident reporting. Okay, no, that's just incident reporting. Chicago campus incidents, university police. No, that's not what I'm looking for. There's not, like, nothing instantly pops up. Right? There's no, like, if I'm, like, as I'm looking, I'm just getting, like, there's no news articles about, like, the students protesting or something. This has gotta be, like, fucking Milo Yiannopoulos shit. Rallies and sit-ins and padlocks. Okay, let's see if this is it. I might have found it. Look back on the... No, this is the push for a trauma center on campus. This is 2015. Wait, well, hold on. Officially announced. No, it's not this. Where? What are they talking about? History of free expression. Adopting the Chicago Statement. So whatever it is, whatever these series of instances were, they're not important enough for, like, it to just be something that fucking pops up. Right? Like, there's no... Bro, what the fuck? FIRE has received major funding from groups which primarily support conservative and libertarian causes, including the Bradley Foundation, Sarah Scaife Foundation, Charles Koch Institute, among other donors. Jack Dorsey. God, the shit that I find in these rabbit holes. You've gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. It is literally just, we should be allowed to hold fucking Nazi rallies at our university even if the students don't want it. That's all this is. That's all this is. Yeah, that's something that's what we really want to adopt. We want to adopt this fucking shitty-ass policy that gives students less control over their campus. So we can spew hate speech at them and invite whoever the fuck we want, regardless of who the students actually want to hear from. Because that wouldn't be important, right? That wouldn't be important at all. The students don't get rights. Fuck them. Such a mandate would mean that schools must abide by and protect freedom of expression, which they already do. As is described in the charter, failure to protect freedom would result in losing federal funding. If you don't let our right-wing extremist guy talk at your campus, we're gonna take your funding away. That's not authoritarian at all. That's not fascism whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about. Why aren't you letting us radicalize your children and your young educational minds? Fuck you. Unfair here. Hiring practices. Back to business. Okay. A conservative government will restore merit in Canada's innovation by directing hiring practices associated with federal research funding away from ideology and instead emphasizing first and foremost supporting and retaining Canada's research talent irrespective of personal immutable characteristics. That's DEI. That's DEI. That's them targeting DEI. Oh, this is awful. Everything in this is just. You know, it takes a minute for my brain to like understand that the type of wording and rhetoric and the words I'm listening to, and like it's almost like speaking another language. You have to translate it, and like it takes my brain a minute to catch up. Defending Canada from foreign interference. Sure, Pierre Polyev. How are you gonna do that without your security clearance, you chuckle fuck? The Conservative Party of Canada will uphold and defend Canada's sovereignty and democracy by supporting a robust measure to counter foreign interference in our elections. With a leader who is only a leader due to foreign interference and refuses to get its security clearance. Democratic institutions and with Canadian citizens. And again, I would also like to remind you, Pierre Polyev was the guy going to hang out with the Russian-backed media influencers and handing out donuts to the truckers who were backed by right-wing America and Russia. Good job, guys! There is no away from ideology. Only ideologies you like or don't like. Well, yeah, no, you're 100% right. It's like they're not going to move away from ideology. They're just going to impose their own ideology as opposed to the current set, which is supposed to deter people from ideology being a deciding factor. Protecting workers, those in unions, public sector, or in self-regulated trades or professions. You know, you can be in a union and be in a trade and professions, and, like, why is unions pulled out here? But anyway, the Conservative Party does not support forced political, cultural, or ideological training of any kind. Except that you're doing that. You're directly imposing that. You have an ideology and you're trying to push it. Does not support forced political, cultural, or ideological training of any kind as a precondition of employment or practice. None? Zero. So, like, if there's a religious person who doesn't want, like, working as a nurse, who thinks abortion is wrong, and they want to refuse service to somebody who needs an abortion, what do you do? What do you do? Should they not have training? Because they already listed abortion up above. That's why I'm picking that as the option. But if there's somebody who has a belief that abortion is wrong and is murder and is bad or whatever, and then they have no training in how to handle somebody who needs an emergency abortion. What about somebody who thinks that, like, blood transfusions are the devil? There are people who think that. What if there's somebody who wants to work as a teacher and they think peanut allergies are woke? And then some kid goes into anaphylactic shock. I support safety culture in nuclear, medical, and aerospace. Right, safety culture, that's a whole thing. Safety culture is a whole, like, based on the idea that we should probably protect our workers from just dying. Dying on the job. Like, what do you mean? No, of any kind. Those employed in the public sector, unions, or self-regulated trades and professions should not be forced to make affirmations or participate in ideological programs as a condition of employment or practice. That's insane. Open federalism. Federalism. The Conservative Party supports the restoration of a constitutional balance between the federal and provincial and territorial governments. We are committed to the federal principle and to the notion of strong provinces within Canada. We believe the government should work cooperatively with the provinces to improve the lives of Canadians while respecting the division of power and responsibilities outlined in the Constitution of Canada. We believe the use of the federal spending power in areas of provincial jurisdiction should be limited. Okay, so all that money that that provinces get for, doing more hospitals and for like medical stuff, that they want that to be not only limited, but also limited could mean you get less money, and limited could mean you have less responsibility to what that money is for. So it could mean that we're going to give you a lump sum and then the province decides whatever it wants to do with that money, which flies completely in the face of the idea of holding provinces and premiers responsible and to account for where that money goes and what projects it goes into. So that's probably terrible. And the provinces should be authorized to use the opting out formula with full compensation if they want to opt out of new or modified federal programs in an area of shared or exclusively provincial jurisdiction. What? What? So if the federal government decides it wants to build an east to west pipeline, and the provinces are responsible for doing the building in their portion, they could just opt out of it? How are you going to build your pipeline? Huh? Oh yeah, they want to privatize healthcare. Reform of the Federation. The conservative. This is fucking me. The conservative. This is divisive, by the way. This is divisive policy, not united. Like, this isn't uniting policy. This is divisive. This type of shit is the type of shit that sets like Alberta versus Manitoba and like sets up Quebec to fight with Ontario for resources and what they want to do and how they want to do things. Reform of the Federation. The Conservative Party believes the government should consider reforming Canadian federalism, taking into account the need to consolidate Quebec's position within the Canadian Federation due to the province not signing the Constitution Act of 1982. The need to... You, Quebec. That's what that says. I love Quebec. I haven't gotten to visit as much as I would like to, but like every time I've traveled through there, it's been lovely. The need to alleviate the alienation felt by the citizens of the West. The importance of building a long-term partnership with Indigenous peoples. I cannot roll my eyes any harder at watching them set up that Indigenous person so they can mock them in front of a fucking big old fucking refined piping transfer thing. Ugh. I really want to... I'm kind of curious about if I want to dig into LNG Canada, because like, look at what... He's literally looking down at this man, mocking him, because they set him up to look small at the podium in front of a giant fuck-off pipe thing. What the fuck? We believe the new Council of the Federation is an important innovation in Canadian intergovernmental relations. with the potential to improve collaboration among governments while respecting regional diversity and flexibility within the Federation. We support the work of the Council of the Federation and will encourage the development of better methods of interprovincial information sharing. Yeah, all of this is kind of already happening at this point, but not like this. Like, it's not happening in this way. It's not doing stuff like this. It's more like, we need better trade, so we're opening up trade between the provinces, and that's something the provinces are doing, and the only holdout province is fucking Alberta, and it's Danielle Smith. And it's Danielle Smith doing the conservative thing, like the right-wing extreme conservative, so she's going directly against what they supposedly say that they want as part of their, like, hey, this is the thing that all the conservatives want to do. Fiscal, balanced budget legislation. The Conservative Party believes the government should enact balanced budget legislation, which includes overrides for declared national emergencies or other defined and presumably rare circumstances. Oh yeah, rare, eh? Though this didn't pan out very well. All right. Yeah, sure. Conservative Party notoriously bad at driving the economy into the ground. Bad for driving the economy into the ground. Debt repayment. The Conservative Party believes the government should implement a sustainable fiscal policy to eliminate the deficit and steadily repay the national debt. The debt that you racked up, thus stabilizing growth in interest charges, and reducing intergenerational equity from the debt burden passed down to future generations. So throw millennials under the bus. Again. On the other hand, there's I have a hard time believing that the people who wrote this understand some of the basics of economics. Debt is not a bad thing. A deficit isn't always a bad thing. They're just things that are part of an economy. There are things that are part of moving money around, right? So if you have, like, so for example, if you view it as like, we have a deficit in this, so we can have a positive in this, that's what balancing is. They're setting up balancing as if it should be balanced to be a constant positive and a constant growth, which is not how economics works. Think of it like, if you think of it like locks in a lake. Like locks between, like, you're going from one lake to another, right? The lock is low because you need to be lower to be in this lake. The lake is lower down. And if you want to go from this lake to this lake, you get in the lock, the water shifts, you move to the next lock, the water shifts back and moves your boat into the higher lake. You're moving the money. But you need to take the deficit. You need to be at the right space at the right time for one thing and another thing. Right? So you don't always have a positive in every single interaction. You have to be willing to compromise in some areas to grow in others. You can't build a pipeline without spending money. Right? So you take a deficit. You have to spend the money. You can't just magic a pipeline. And then what that is an investment, because you hope that the pipeline and the amount of money you spent on it will pay back in dividends and will pay back in economic growth and job creation and yada, 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 yada. Right? Which moves money. If your money isn't moving, your money is stagnating, that is the sign of an unhealthy economy. If the economy is the lifeblood of a government or of a country, if your blood is stagnating and not moving and pumping through your body, you don't need the same amount of blood in your head as you do with the tips of your fingers all the time. Your blood pressure would be fucked. It's not how it works. Your heart, it doesn't always have all the blood all the time in all the chambers. It has to move around. I don't think they understand economics. I am not a professional. These people are supposed to be professionals. But these are basic concepts. We support the introduction of a debt repayment plan with the main part of budget surplus being allocated to debt repayment in order to achieve a declining debt to GDP ratio. Tax code simplification. The Conservative Party supports a simplified and understandable Income Tax Act. In order to achieve comprehensive, simplified, and understandable legislation for all Canadians, we support a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act and Canada's fiscal framework. Canada needs a tax system for the 21st century, one that reduces compliance costs and increases transparency while promoting growth, investment, entrepreneurship, and job creation. Okay. I want to point this out to you really quickly. The people that they're talking about, that this tax benefit, or this tax simplification system is going to benefit, are people that are creating growth, investment, entrepreneurship, and job creation. That's not for that's not for workers. That's not for your mom working a job. That's not that. This is not the students. This isn't for the working class. This isn't something to benefit. They're stating it out loud. The working class is not in the list of people that this is supposed to benefit. The only people in this that this is supposed to benefit is supposed to be bigwigs and firms and like major business owners. That's who it's for. And when you simplify things like this, what it tends to mean is that there's like loopholes. You can't just magic a pipeline. Probably not the same kind of pipeline. Ha ha! I like that. Tax relief. The Conservative Party, wow. This is the longest paragraph so far. The Conservative Party supports both immediate and long-term broad-based tax relief. Reducing personal income tax is a priority for the Conservative Party because it increases the take-home pay and raises the living standard of all Canadians. No, it doesn't. Not necessarily. Living standard isn't based only on what you make. It's based on your access to stuff. So, like, are your roads good? Do you have lighting? Is your infrastructure strong? Do you have access to amenities? Is your water clean? Those are things that are standard of living. Are you gonna pay for the pipe that bursts on the main road in the middle of winter? Is that gonna come out of your pocket? Whose pocket is that gonna come out of? No, it's part of taxes. Part of your taxes. We encourage the government to continue the process of reducing business taxes. See, the first one they talk about, business taxes. That's not you. That's not personal income. That's business taxes. Reducing business taxes encourages both foreign and domestic businesses to invest in Canada. Meaning more and better jobs for Canadian workers. Oh, now you like foreigners. Now you like immigration? Jack for 2 says, spice it up. We're 2 out. We're 2 out from popping a spice. Lower business tax means more jobs as well as greater returns for pension plan members and those who own RRSPs, mutual funds, and common shares. That's not necessarily true. We believe that government should reduce capital gains tax and eliminate tax on capital gains that are reinvested. Lower capital gains tax encourages saving and investment, which means more capital for Canadian businesses, more job for Canadian workers, and bigger returns for Canadian investors. Yeah, you notice more jobs doesn't say what kind of jobs, how much you're getting paid for those jobs, this doesn't help the problem. This doesn't help the fucking problem. The problem is wealth inequality, and what you're talking about is bigger returns for Canadian investors, people that are investing in Canada. They're not necessarily Canadian. You already gave up the game that they can be foreign or domestic. So all this means for like the Canadian workers is there might be more jobs, maybe. This is assuming we're not talking about like robots, AI, yada, 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 yada. There's no protections for workers here. This doesn't benefit the average working American. It's like, I mean, great, we have 17 more McDonald's. Wahoo! This is all just, Red Cedar is right. This is moving money to the rich. Therefore, we support new measures in which the lifetime capital gains exemption for small business owners, farmers, and woodlot operators and fishermen will increase. We believe that payroll taxes should not exceed the amount necessary to properly fund employment insurance because unnecessary high payroll taxes are a tax on job creation. You see? Again, we're talking about cutting taxes for the top, like, 2%. Lower payroll taxes encourages hiring and business expansion. How? Why? Tell Elmo. Wait, hold on, I have that. Oh, sorry, hold on. That wasn't Elmo. Tell Elmo. Good old trickle-down economics. Yeah, that's what this is. Canada's tax system must be built on a foundation of fairness. Fairness. Yeah, okay. Haha, very funny joke. Fuck you. In this regard, we encourage the government to continue to close loopholes, such as the use of offshore tax havens, which erode the Canadian tax base and allow companies to avoid paying Canadian taxes. So their plan, if I understand this correctly, is to encourage encourage rich people to not move not move money out of Canada and putting it in offshore tax havens by making Canada an offshore tax haven. That's what this is. Like, we're just gonna make less taxes for all of the big money, so that way they don't have to they can use us instead. Like, that, great. That sounds very fair, right? Very fair. They get more money, you get more opportunity to work more, I guess, because that makes sense, right? The Conservative Party supports the concept that all taxation must be fair and reasonable. Yeah, that definitely is what we've been talking about. Very reasonable. They get more money, you get the chance to maybe have a job. What's not fair about that? The government should work to eliminate instances of taxation on taxation. Why? How do you think the government gets money? And what is it supposed to do with that money? Let's talk about fairness after expressing interest in giving disproportionately huge tax breaks to the rich, right? We encourage the Conservative Party to move to a less progressive tax... They said they want to rewrite the tax code to bring it up to, like, we need a 21st century tax system. And then they say they want it to be less progressive. So they're like, guys, we need to update this and make it progressive. No, wait, never mind. Go backwards. We encourage the Conservative Party to move to a less progressive tax system by reducing the number of personal income tax brackets. Oh, really? I wonder why. I would like to point out that having less personal income tax brackets means that it's very likely that people that are in lower income tax brackets will be put into higher income tax brackets, meaning they would have to pay more, not less. Supporting families. The Conservative Party recognizes the need to support families and children. That's why we voted against kids having school lunches and accidentally put forward hold on, where was it? Just the other day, Alberta canceled snacks for kids with cancer. Let me see if I can find the article. Here it is. Alberta. Big conservative Alberta. You know, Danielle Smith. Parents of Alberta kids undergoing cancer treatments told to bring their own snacks. Alberta Health Services is facing criticism from parents who have children undergoing outpatient cancer treatment over what appears to be a cost-cutting measure now requiring them to bring their own snacks, drinks, and other foods to clinics. Quote, these kids are already going through hell, so to no longer offer them popsicles, soda pop, or other snacks seems like such a silly, silly thing, said Amanda Moppet. Amanda, whose 11-year-old son, Easton, is battling brain cancer. She describes them as small, colorful pieces of joy on what can be a torturous day for the children and their families. Moppet said she learned about this new AHS policy, that's Alberta Health something service, Alberta Health Service policy on Friday when she took her son for his latest round of chemotherapy. That can last up to 8 hours and sometimes includes a lumbar puncture to check for cancer cells in his spinal fluid. The new policy is also frustrating for Bree, who has a 15-month-old daughter who is undergoing outpatient chemotherapy for cancer in both of her eyes. These kids are going through horrible, horrible times, and you're going to take away food of all things. Between 6 and 8 hours at the hospital for each round of chemotherapy. Have those freeloading kids tried not having cancer? Yeah, fucking little bastards. What are you doing? You cutting into our fucking tax money with your popsicles that cost like fucking 2 cents? How much do these how much are they? Danielle, how much does one popsicle cost the government? Since obviously they're bought in bulk. How much is one I need to know how much one fucking popsicle is, dude. It's important. What is wrong with you fucking people? You're monsters. This is evil. Like, I'm not trying to mince words here. I'm not trying to sound like I'm being an extremist or anything, but you're cutting popsicles to kids with cancer. And you're like, yeah, we're the good guys. We're fiscally responsible. Fuck them kids. What the fuck? What the actual shit, dude? Yeah, we support families and children. Uh-huh. Sure, hold on, I need a drink. You know, if my mom wasn't coming over later today, I would do this as a shot. I would have made my drink, poured another shot, done a shot, and then fucking kept going. We need a triple, boys. We need a triple for fucking... Good God. Yeah, I got dark Captain Morgan's right now. I also have stuff for White Russians, but it's not vodka, Mom. Sorry. I don't think you'd like it, actually. We got other stuff for you, don't worry. Oh. Excuse me. I could see wanting healthier snacks, but not no snacks. I mean, it depends on what the popsicles are made out of, right? They could be, like, made with, like, you know, concentrated fruit juice. You know what I mean? So, like, the popsicles are healthy. I don't know. I don't know this much about the fucking popsicles that we're not giving to kids now. What the fuck, Alberta? You enjoying your fucking conservative, fiscally responsible fucking premiere? You stupid bitch. Bolivar, Canadian made. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are, like, made in Canada, but not a product of Canada. So it's very likely, like, it's very possible that it is South American, but is, like, made in Canada. You know what I mean? Conservatives lack empathy. So if they want to be heartless, they can endure what they're suggesting others go through for their vanity. Yeah, right? Who cares? Give the kid a popsicle. What the fuck? Again, I would like to point out, I want to point out real quick, this was the set statement in 2023. This shit with the fucking, this is from March 31st of 2025. Now, they said in a press conference, if I understand correctly, that they were going to walk this back. Yeah, here it is. April 1st, Alberta's Health Services reverse course says child cancer patients won't be deprived of food. So we got the 31st. The first. I kind of would not be surprised if they were then like, April Fools, fuck you, you still don't get popsicles, you little shits. Like, one day goes by, and they're like, immediately like, oh shit, whoops, oops. Fucking Danielle, you stupid bitch. You're evil. That is evil. You cannot tell me that that's not evil. Nah, that's not it. There was a clip of them trying to talk about it somewhere. I don't remember where it was, though. Anyway. Fuck, man. Start a popsicle fundraiser. Hell yeah. What the fuck, Alberta? God. She's driving municipalities into fucking bankruptcy. Holy municipalities into bankruptcies. She let that one fucking whole ass city burn to the fucking ground. She's driven the country the closest that you could get from the closest you could get in of like net even a province could ever be monetarily, because Alberta ought to be the richest fucking Alberta should be the richest fucking goddamn province in Canada, and it's not. And their people are suffering, and their municipalities are going broke, and their shit's burning to the ground. And it's because they have a conservative fucking crazy whack job who thinks that not giving kids popsicles is gonna save her economy because she wants to, not tax rich people and give massive tax breaks. Like, what is happening in Alberta? Guys, we love you. Stop hitting yourselves. We believe that Canada's decreasing birth rate needs to be addressed by reducing the barriers facing those wishing to start and grow their families, thus ensuring the well-being and long-term sustainability of our communities. I mean, sure. Okay, what do you think those barriers are, and how are you going to fix them? Because I feel like I would agree with this, but disagree on what your reasoning is. We support tax fairness. What? Why are you talking about taxes? Why are you talking... Okay, I've said this before, and I said this during my Project 2025 read-through. If you want people, Canadians, to have more children, you need to make having children accessible. And the way you have making children accessible is you make the hospitals better, with better wait times, with better rooms, with better care, with privacy maybe, a little bit more of that. You have early childhood development programs, including development and daycare, and education and support for new parents, whether that be a hotline, whether that be in-house visits, whether that be like accessibility to hospitals and healthcare and pediatricians. Why not have like a nurse that when you have a baby, a nurse comes and stays at your house for like the first 2 months? What about that? How about something like that? Doesn't that sound cool? That just, a person that you can trust, that's a professional, that can help you. Paid leave for the first year for both parents, and without like being discriminated against your at your job because you had a kid. Oh, how about you pay women for doing that? So not only do they get paid time off, but also like the government gives them money. And like is like, hey, listen, you're going through a lot. You're doing a really big job right now. Here's $20 an hour for the next year of your life. How about something like that? How about like care packages for new mothers? And fathers. So care packages for families. You have a kid? Congratulations. Here's the first year of diapers. Here's formula and powder and a bunch of... Here's a care package. Here you go. It gets delivered once a month. How about that? No? You don't want something like that? No? That you want people to have kids? That's a way to get people to have fucking kids. And, you know, making the housing affordable. That would be good too. Being able to afford where you're fucking living. How about, oh, you've had a kid? Here's a house. Here's a 2-bedroom apartment that gets paid for the next year. Come on, man. My brother in Christ. How about treating women with some fucking goddamn respect? What the fuck does tax fairness have to do with anything? The children yearn for the mines. We support tax fairness for families by eliminating inequities between single and dual income families. A conservative government will permit spouses to electively report income on a joint or household basis so that progressive rates apply to income of families rather than individuals as the taxing unit. That's not going to do anything. We support the elimination of all tax disadvantages to families, including those who care for children at home. This recognizes the economic value of stay-at-home parents and supports the introduction of tax fairness measures, such as there's already, if you have a stay-at-home mom, they can already count as a dependent on your taxes, so that this doesn't mean anything. We also recognize that many of our seniors lived on single-family incomes as one parent stayed at home and cared for their children. Our seniors deserve tax fairness to eliminate the discrepancy between single and dual family income in retirement. So the economy was better when you were younger, therefore you deserve tax cuts? What? We recognize the value of the home giver and support tax relief for families who provide home care. How about, you know what would probably fix that? You know, guys. You think you know what might be good? You know what might be good for a stay-at-home adult? UBI. Universal Basic Income. It means that if there's somebody staying at home doing all the work with the kids, there's still an income coming in. UBI. UBI would help a lot if you want this. Spending controls. Like, what are you gonna not? If a stay-at-home caregiver is already not working, what are you taxing? They don't have an income tax. What taxes are you gonna cut? What are you talking about? We support tax fairness, but fully acknowledge that we will be more fair to some. Yeah. Yeah. Spending controls. The Conservative Party believes that the government should strengthen enforcement and the criminal code penalties for fraud involving misuse of tax dollars. All they care about is how much they don't understand taxes. Why are you so dedicated to being wrong about this one thing? All of their shit relies on taxes. The government functions off of taxes. But, all of their points and things that they want to do are just vague about your taxes will be less. Therefore, your life will be easier. But that's not even necessarily true, because the taxes pay into the things that make our lives easier. It's almost like their entire base requires that the people who are voting for them don't understand what taxes are. Right? UBI works but requires affordable housing. Yes. It's one of those things that you can do both, but even if you can have UBI without affordable housing and it would still help. And you can have affordable housing without UBI and it would still be better than having neither. So I don't think it requires affordable housing. Anyway, we believe the government should introduce... Oh, sorry, hold on. No, I'm right. I was in the right spot. We believe the government should introduce a system of program evaluation to ensure that all major government spending programs are independently evaluated on a regular basis. This will ensure that programs are meeting government priorities and delivering value for money. Okay, so they've mentioned this a couple of times now. They're talking about reevaluating and doing like these evaluations, and it was the same thing with the American Project 2025, right? Who is going to be doing these evaluations, and where are you going to get the money? Who's paying for it? You have to pay people to do these evaluations, right? This is hours and hours and hours and hours of combing and work. Because you'll notice that Doge is so ineffective because they're not actually putting in the work. They should not have results. Something like Doge, if it were to actually operate effectively and efficiently, shouldn't be cutting things instantaneously because it should take a lot of time and effort and evaluation to actually delineate and find and investigate fraud. And as you've noticed, not a single person has been charged with fraud yet, and not a single person has gotten any money back. So, the fuck are you talking about? We believe in an effective and efficient penal system where penile system, more like it, because we're gonna fuck you. Sorry, I couldn't. I stopped, thought about it, and then I decided to say it anyway. We need to implement cost controls and income earning opportunities for individual inmates, and for prison institutions to reduce the burden on the taxpayer. Yes, slave prisons. This will also provide job-ready skills training and work experience for the inmates upon release. This is literally this is the excuse. This is slavery excuses. It's like, yeah, we don't really pay these people to work here, but, you know, they get job skills. And they say the same thing about internships. So you get slave wages or no wages or just slavery. Like, maybe we don't do that. Maybe we actually just fix our fucking prison system so it's we're only in extreme situations having people in prison. Because that's what it should be, right? We can all pretty much get on board with people should only really be in prison as it exists now in extreme situations where they need to be wholly removed from society. But right now, the majority of people in prisons do not need to be wholly removed from society. You've got rehabilitation programs. If you want less people in prison, you do education. You have better socioeconomic statuses. You have better access to public services. That is how you get less crime. And that is a fact. That is a statistical number. Healthcare as well. Specifically, like, access to mental health care. Which is not to say that, like, you have to have, like, a mental illness. That is to say that, like, people get stressed out when economic times are difficult, and it drives people to do crime in some cases. So if you have more mental accessibility for people to manage that stress, that is going to prevent them from doing crime, because they have other options. People tend not to do crime when they have other options. You want people to fucking pirate less of your media? Make sure your media is accessible. Disney doesn't want people to pirate The Little Mermaid? Stop putting it in the fucking vault, motherfuckers! You're not giving anybody an option. Equalization. Equalization is an essential component of Canada's national building efforts. The Conservative Party believes that provinces and territories should be able to provide comparable public services at comparable levels of taxation. Therefore, we support an equalization formula and a territorial financing formula which are fair to every jurisdiction and which promote economic growth. That prevents economic growth. What are you talking about? That is why the American school system is so fucked up. The American school system is so fucked up because the amount of money that goes into the schools is allocated based on the region that the school is in. So if you're in a poorer area, less taxes go into that school. So you're saying that Alberta has more money, therefore it has more access to tax dollars, which means they should have more social programs, or more money should go into those social programs, right? For example, and PEI can get fucked. They don't get any schooling. Like, that's not how that fucking, no. This, again, we're back to the conservative, the extremism, the right-wing extremist, regressive conservatives, the fiscally irresponsible right-wing extremist conservatives, regressive conservatives, are divisive. Their policies are divisive. They are not uniting Canada, they are dividing Canada. Because when the provinces are divided, when the people are divided, when the people are struggling with resources, they struggle to and are fighting with each other and are easier to take advantage of. This is divide and conquer. That's what this is. This is, we're gonna move all of the money into the rich people and we're gonna make the peasants fight among themselves so they don't fucking notice. That's what this is. And I'm glad this glass was shorter because I just flung my wrist and I definitely, if this was a bottle, I would have knocked it over. That basically means that the Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut are going to be absolutely fucked when it comes to education and any kind of social programs. Completely. Because they don't have the population and they don't have the industry. I would like to point out that in comparison, the Liberal Party right now is investing in the northern provinces and the northern territories because that's important for fucking our trade routes and our safety as a nation, particularly with Russia and China eyeing that whole bunch of fucking shit that's going on up there right now. It's the north of Canada is incredibly geographically important for, like, from geopolitics, from its location, from the resources that are there, from the threats coming from America and Russia and China, are all very, like, this is key. This is incredibly important. And the fact that Carney and the Liberals are already on top of that, and the fucking Conservatives are spouting shit that we're just gonna throw them under the bus as if that's not gonna screw us over. Fucking, yeah. Monetary policy. The Conservative Party supports a stable and predictable monetary policy that creates a positive climate for investment and growth for Canada within the context of the global economy. Okay, sure. Whatever. Pensions. The Conservative Party believes that company pension funds should be invested by independent trustees for the benefit of employees and should be held at arm's length, not accessible by the company or its creditors. The Conservative Party is committed to bring public sector pensions in line with Canadian norms by switching a defined contribution pension model, which includes employer contributions comparable to the private sector. So that's just saying that they want to put more pension money into people working for the government, I guess. Carbon tax. We believe that there should be no federally imposed carbon tax or cap and trade systems on either the provinces and territories or the citizens of Canada. The provinces and territories should be free to develop their own climate change policies without federal interference or federal penalties or incentives. That's literally the federal government's job. But the carbon tax has already been yeeted out the window for citizens. It still exists for industry, but it doesn't exist. The personal carbon tax is gone. It's one of the reasons why our the cost of gas went down locally in your area. If you're Canadian and you've noticed the price of gas went down, like car gas, that's why. If climate change can't be dealt with by individuals or smaller groups, climate change is an everyone problem, and we need to be on board and be doing the same thing. Having one province out on its own just completely blowing up the amount of emissions that will be counted for the entire country will be incredibly problematic and makes it nigh impossible for Canada to talk in global in geopolitical spaces. So like things with the Paris Accords, Canada needs to be working together. Again, divisive. It's divisive. Single tax return for Quebec. A growing number of Quebecers are demanding a simplified process for collecting taxes. So while recognizing the distinctiveness of Quebec, a conservative government will work with provincial government to support the application of a unique income tax to reduce the administrative burden. Capital gains tax. The Conservative Party shall never tax the capital gains on the Canadian principal residence of its citizens. So remember when you said all this capital gain shit up here? You remember when they said all that? Yeah, also they're never gonna tax the capital gains. So everything that they said before now comes with this gigantic asterisk. Income tax review. The tax system is fundamental to a competitive environment, including growth and a fair society. But you just divvied it up. Is it fair that, like, Ontario and Northern Ontario gets worse schools than Southern Ontario because there's more industry in Southern Ontario? Like, because Toronto exists, everybody in the Toronto area should get a better education because there's less industry in Northern Ontario? Like, no, fuck you. The fair is that everybody pays their fair share and everybody gets equal and equitable opportunities. The Conservative Party supports the creation of an independent committee to work on comprehensive tax review. Shut the fuck up. Adjustment to the dollar sales threshold for mandatory GST/HST registration. We believe in increasing the small business revenue threshold for registering and charging GST/HST from the original 1991 rate of $30,000 to its current inflated adjusted value, and then have it indexed yearly based on Statistics Canada all items consumer price index at the all Canada level. Okay, fine, whatever. Eliminate GST on essential maternity and newborn products. Conservatives support the elimination of GST on essential products for motherhood and the arrival of a newborn baby, just as is for food products. Ah, my God, that's something that I might actually agree with. They finally picked something that might actually do something. And guess what? It's still just taxes. Everything is taxes. Ah. I'm sailing away. Set an open course for the Virgin Sea. Oh my God. Where were we? We were on page 20, I believe, if I am not mistaken. Polyev is a nightmare. Here we go. Yeah, F. Economic development. So again, I just want to point out, when people tell you who they are, believe them. Believe them. Believe them. Economic principles. The Conservative Party believes that it is the responsibility of government to create an economic climate in which Canadians can thrive and prosper, and with their success create quality job opportunities for Canadians. Alright. Okay. We're again missing the difference and putting undue value on the businesses that create jobs as opposed to the actual people that work the jobs. In the principle of maximizing value-added processing in Canada, and that the government should create an economic environment that encourages Canadian businesses to export products rather than raw materials. That a dollar... What are you gonna what are you gonna build with uranium and potash? You just want to do all of the farming in Canada? Back to fascism for dummies. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That a dollar in the hand of a Canadian citizen is better than a dollar in the hand of a government bureaucracy. Canadians should. I hate this. I'm so done. Canadians should be enjoying a higher standard of living and more competitive economic and greater productivity similar to our major trading partners. Okay, but America is in a shit show, and you're the specifically the UK with Brexit is also in a shit show. I would argue that this current market is competitive and similar to our major trading partners. On the other hand, wealth inequality is not going to be fixed by not having government social programs. Canada's competitive position in the world should never be impeded by a lack of ethics in Canada's government. What? Canada's competitive position in the world should never be impeded by a lack of ethics in Canada's government. What? What? I don't. Am I. Did my brain stop working? I. I don't understand. I don't understand. I also don't understand why there's semicolons after all of these. I'm pretty sure that just said Canada should never have a conservative government, right? I don't. Should never be impeded by a lack of ethics. What? I, I don't think that says anything. Like, I don't. I like that's. I'm so distracted. Like, I'm so hung up on, like, trying to decipher what this means or like, what any practical. I don't. Yeah, cutting taxes isn't gonna fix the wealth disparagement, and it's not gonna fix like do anything about homeless people. Like that's like people who don't have houses. The way you deal with that is through social programs and through programs that make housing affordable. That which isn't cutting taxes. Like that, not for like an individual. That's just like saying we're gonna solve climate change because everybody's gonna recycle bottles. Like every individual is going to like turn their lights off at 9 p.m. Like that's not gonna fix it because the emissions are the problem, not the individual electricity usage. Uh Never impede lack is a triple negative. Okay, thank you. I'm not crazy for being like this doesn't fucking say anything. They're basically saying that if we're unethical, it shouldn't impede like Canada should still be competitive on the global market. What like and I don't like that lower ta never impeded is a lack of a triple negative. Thus, it means that to improve Canada's or Canadian competitive position, one must have a lack of ethics. Right? Like we need to be. Canada needs to use less ethics so we can do better on the global stage. I mean that seems to not be playing out that way at all. The lower tax, that lower tax and reduced government interference in the economy will result in more purchasing power in the hands of the people of Canada, which leads to a more competitive economy, greater productivity, more quality job opportunities, and higher standards of living. No. No, it doesn't. Definitively, no, it does not. Not, not, you would have to cut taxes so much. And so, why am I bothering? What am I doing? What are we, why are we here? What are we talking about? What's going on? This is causing me physical pain. Okay, alright. Alright. Listen, if if you were to cut taxes so much so that somebody could afford a house, right? That means that house would have no road. That means that that house wouldn't have like water or electricity infrastructure to get there because all of the taxes aren't used to build those houses. The taxes are used to make those houses accessible. So even if you cut everybody's taxes, how much money, if you didn't pay tax, if you look at your fucking money right now, how much more money per year would you make if you didn't pay any taxes? $200 a paycheck? Sorry, max $2,000 a paycheck? Maximum? Maximum? But if that's not even going to be that much. Because if we're talking about that, if you were to remove taxes from anybody making $30,000 a year, you're going to maybe bump them up another 10 grand to put them at 40. That's still not going to be enough to buy a house. And now they don't have roads, and they don't have electricity, and they don't have healthcare, and they don't have dental, and they don't have. So all of that money that they're saving, or that they're not giving to taxes, has to go into their just general area of snowplows, of healthcare, of insurance. So even if you were to do this, it's going to cost those people more than what they're spending. I feel like I am explaining something that everybody should know. Like, have you ever looked at how much it costs to fix a burst water main? It's a lot of money. And it's an emergency and it has to be done right away. So the people who are doing it get paid more because that shit happens in the middle of the night and all the time in winter. How expensive do you think it is to repave a road that's gone to shit because it hasn't been repaved in 5 years? So it right now costs you a percentage of your tax, of your income tax. You will never make enough money if you were to even cut 100% of taxes for you to replace that water main and buy a house and afford privatized healthcare and afford insurance for some of that privatized healthcare and afford your car and afford your car insurance and afford your phone and afford your bills, your water bill, your electricity bill, and afford to repair or install any infrastructure to your new house, like that. Like, there's no way. There's no way you would be able to afford it. What about your kids' schooling? You're not gonna be able to pay for the school. You're not gonna be able to pay for the local library. You're not gonna there's not gonna be any like parks or recreation areas that are maintained. You're not gonna like how do you think you get fucking traffic lights? Those take electricity. They have to be installed. They have to be maintained. They have to be fixed. Uh, like this is insane. It is incredible. It is. I'm not trying to be rhetorical. I'm not trying to be like hyperbolic when I say like this is stupid. This is you will never ever ever make enough money at even a mid-level job to afford the infrastructure of a subdivision as an individual. Never. Not even once. Do you it's just math. This is basic arithmetic. This isn't even like, oh, I'm talking about complicated economics, because obviously this shit gets more complicated when you start talking about, like, so not only do you have to maintain the infrastructure that's already there, but if you ever need to build new infrastructure, you're talking about having to buy your own backhoe, buy your own equipment, hire the people to do it, then have build and make and construct or pay for the construction of all the wiring and the piping and the installation and the paving over top. Like that, I don't understand how any singular person could be so stupid and so ignorant to think that a $500 tax cut, like $500 a month tax cut, is going to be equivalent to you being able to afford healthcare, or you being able to have decent infrastructure where you live, or you being able to afford to pave the road outside of your house. Yeah, like it's beyond ignorant. It's beyond like any kind of reasonable conversation. Nobody actually thinks these things. But the problem is people who believe that these tax cuts are good for them do not have not thought this through.
I disagree infinitely about the way that was dumb, and I hate it. And I hate it. By the way, I hate it. I think it's dumb and I hate it. And I think
It's dumb and I hate it. That was the wrong button. Oh. Like, if anybody is going out and talking to conservative people in Canada, or talking to anybody who, like, look at what's happened. Look at municipalities going bankrupt. That's what is going to happen. That's what is happening in Alberta because of conservative fucking shit like this. That doesn't work. This isn't fine. This is not fiscal responsibility. This is fiscal greed. This is not responsible. This is not reasonable. It doesn't even, like, make any fucking sense. So, like, please, I implore you, if you know conservative people in your life, these are the fucking things you need to talk about. I haven't even gone a whole page yet. I've been here for a half an hour. To be fair, I was covering other stuff, but I feel, why? What's the point? What's the point in talking about any more of this? We've already gotten constitutional violations. We've already gotten violations against women. We've already talked about taking power away from and giving more power to provinces on things that they've already voted on, which is why it became federal law in the first place. We've talked about like kids getting fucking popsicles taken away from them that because Danielle Smith is a fucking abject moron. We can see the way this plays out because it's happening in Alberta. And we are even seeing like Alberta list lazily. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? List lazily to the left. Like, I what's the point? We've only covered, like, we're on the part 40. We're not halfway through. And what, like, why? I didn't even talk about, like, fire hydrants. I didn't even talk about having fire trucks and their maintenance and hiring and training the fire force. I haven't talked about the police. I haven't talked about ambulances. I've only talked about like hospitals and like getting prescriptions and like we haven't even talked about like abortion accessibility and accessibility to like things like condoms and infrastructure in place for like women to not have to pay extra money for pads and shit all the time. Like, like, what's the point? Everything in here is about tax cuts anyway. And like, there's no possible way you're gonna make up that gap. The tax cut that you take is in no way going to make up for the wage gap. The not only is it not going to make if you were to remove 100% of your taxes, 100% of your tax, yeah, here, have a link. It's in the link to this is in the description as well. But yeah, I'll pin it for you. It's at the it is now at the top of the live chat. You can't do this. The math doesn't work. If you cut one, listen, I'm stuck on this. I'm not going anywhere. If you cut 100% of your taxes, you person who does not currently own a house, if you were to, you have no taxes on any bills that you're paying, you have no taxes on any income that you're making, you're not paying any taxes on anything you're buying. If you remove 100% of your taxes, it would not be enough money to buy you a house and get you into that space. This is disregarding now all the additional payments you're going to incur from insurance, from healthcare, from an infrastructure that you're going to have to pay for now yourself, let alone if you want to buy a house that has infrastructure put into its roads, which now you're going to have to pay part of. This will not work. The math is not there. This is, again, alone, just buying a house. This is not including any other thing. Lowest income bracket already functionally doesn't pay taxes. Right! So a tax cut, if you're going to, that's the next step of the conversation, Alex. You're 100% correct. The lower you are in the tax bracket, the less taxes you're paying. So these plans of tax cuts from the Conservatives disproportionately give more money to people who already don't need it and are already not paying into the taxes in the first place, which is disproportionate and making the rest of us suffer. So, if you're in the lowest tax bracket, you're going to get $20 back a month. Congratulations. Good for you. Is an extra $20 a month going to mean you can afford a house? No? Well, then how does this help you? Why would you vote for this? It does nothing. It does functionally nothing for you. as opposed to actually making housing more affordable. Because the tax cut isn't what's going to make housing affordable. You need government interference. Remember, lower taxes and reduced government interference in the economy. Reduced government interference in the economy means less regulations on what can be built, where it can be built, how much it costs, how much your mortgage can be, the rate of loans, and how much what's the word? Interest you can occur, what those interest percentages are, whether or not your rent can be increased, and at what rate and how much and when it can be increased. That would be less government regulation. That is reduced government interference in the economy. Motherfucker. Both of these things combined, fuck you in particular. That, like, I understand that conservatives in my comment section have been like, you use bad language. Grow up. Grow some skin, you fucking snowflake. This will fuck you up. This will fuck you over. I'm not gonna mince words with you about this. You are fucked. Completely fucked. Royally fucked. Fucked up beyond all recognition. You are screwed. You get nothing. You lose. Right there, black and white. You're signing on to this. And I know we've talked about the other things in this. I know we've talked about how this will negatively affect other groups of people. But conservatives don't care about other groups of people. Conservatives don't give a shit about the people around them. They don't give a fuck. They care about how it affects them. Or how they think it's going to affect them. And what they need to understand is this fucks you. You are screwed. You are boned. You will not be recognized. This is rich people bukkake all over your face. Look it up. You don't know what the bukkake is? Look it up. Google it. Have fun. Imagine being a conservative and crying about mean words. What betas? Yeah. Boned. Absolutely boned.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Why would you ever fucking vote for this? Please, I beg of you. I beg of you, please. If there is nothing that you consider in this, please learn and understand how your taxes work and what government regulation actually does. You are screwed. All right, have I worn this out yet? Do you get it? Do you understand how screwed you are? And how, like, this snowballs? And how this is, like, fucking real bad and gets worse and worse and worse the more you add to it? Because, again, this is a compounding problem. This is the most American thing that I bought because this is the only one that exists in Ontario. There is no ginger ale available in Ontario that is not made in America or owned by an American company, and it gives me depression. They bottle it in Canada. Yahoo. I almost went without it, and then I was like, no. Not this one. Jack for Two said 100%. Also, bring that spice and support this goblin. Oh, thank you very much. We need 4 more to do the spice. I feel like I might be spicy enough today, though, to be honest. No, there's no ginger ales. Hopefully once the provinces open up their trade, I'll get a little bit more. Yeah, see, David's got some out east. There's some that exist out west too, just not in Ontario. I'll look forward to trying some when they finish opening up the borders. The trading borders between the provinces. What did I just say? What did I just say? Reduce government interference in the economy. And then I went up and said that, oh, but Chesh, that doesn't say government regulation. That doesn't mean anything about regulation. That only says interference in the economy. And then the literal next one, that the government adopts an aggressive regulatory reform process designed to eliminate red tape. So any of you dumb motherfuckers who are like, oh, that doesn't say getting rid of regulation, and then this says aggressively remove regulations. Fuck you. You thought you had a point. You thought you had a gotcha on me. Wrong. Read. Black and white. Clear as day. You lose. Why didn't I try to liberate the ginger ale? Because I'm not the one who went to the store to get it. It's not one of my roommates. Ugh. Besides, I wouldn't steal from a Canadian store. No, I looked for Sussex. I couldn't find it. It wasn't here, no. That was one of the ones that I looked at. That the government of Canada takes action to accelerate Canada's productivity growth rate by increasing human capital through better secondary, post-secondary, and job-related education, as well as more efficient immigration of skilled workers, and encouraging efficiency and innovation in small and medium-sized enterprises through greater R&D, capital investment, and organizational sophistication. So nothing, nothing, and nothing. That is nothing. That's meaningless. Industrial development. The Conservative Party favors eliminating subsidies to for-profit businesses to the greatest extent possible. You just said you wanted to invest more in medium-sized enterprises and small enterprises. Those are for-profit subsidies for businesses. I want to die. Hope for Snoopy says, I promise you I'm paying attention. Even lifelong conservatives can learn this stuff. Bring on the spice for $6.99. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I do. I appreciate that there are conservatives willing to listen. I want to die. Like, guys, we want to do this, except, by the way, we're going to cut all the subsidies. Well, then how are you going to encourage efficiency and innovation in small and medium business-sized enterprises through greater R&D and capital investment? You say you want to do this, and then immediately you're like, we want to eliminate all of subsidies for not-for-profit to the greatest extent possible. So, like, they want to get rid of all of it if they can. Like, it's literally the next fucking sentence. I swear to God, the Conservative Party thinks conservative voters are fucking stupid. They think you're stupid, and they think you can't read. And they think that you will never see this. They think that you are never going to put the work in because you just trust them because they locked you in a long time ago. You should prove them wrong. You should prove them wrong. Because they're wrong. You are smart. You can read. You know what this shit means. All you need to do is, like, take the blue colored glasses off for a second and take a look at this. I believe in you. You can do this. You're not stupid. This includes eliminating corporate welfare, bailouts, grants. Do you hear me? The word grants. Grants. Do you know what a grant is? Do you know what grants are for? Studying. Grants are for learning. Grants are for fucking, like, infrastructure building. Grants are for students. So remember increasing human capital through better secondary and post-secondary job-related education? Those are grants. Those are paid for by grants. So how are you going to pay? How are you going to pay for people to get better education and making education affordable if you're going to remove the grants that you give to people to educate themselves? By giving them a tax cut? Based on what? What are you cutting taxes for? We're talking about people who are going into post-secondary. People who are going into post-secondary are likely, like, they don't have a house, so you're not cutting their property tax. They may or may not have a car. So let's assume for a second that they're not working yet. They're coming fresh out of high school. They don't have a part-time job. They're going into school. Or they're like, hey, listen, I had a part-time job in high school, saved up some money, I want to go to school. But they want to go to school somewhere and they have to switch their job. They don't have a job. So you're not taxing their income. So if you're not taxing their income and you're not taxing their property, what are you taxing? The fuck tax cut are you going to give them? I hate you. How are you going to get, you're taking away their grants. You can't, there are no taxes to cut. Grants are literally the thing that stimulate regular people to be able to afford to get into new ventures and starting new businesses. Yeah, that's what grants are for. So you're gonna cut grants. And government investment in for-profit businesses. That's small business. That's small business. That's the small business. That's scientific endeavors. So things like fucking research and development. That's R&D. Remember research and development, greater R&D, grants and government investment is the things that universities get for developing things like vaccines or developing things like self-repairing concrete. Things that, like, develop fucking computer advancement, energy investment, switching from getting people to buy solar panels is a government grant and a subsidy and an investment. It is literally the one right before it. We want to do all these things, but we're gonna cut it all. Those grants has helped my community build new seniors housing. Yes, thank you. Seniors housing, 100%. This is I don't popsicles for kids. What I don't fucking. It's outrageous. It's insane. This is stupid. Am I triggered? Probably. This is probably me being triggered. And, like, yeah. Am I wrong? The government should not provide corporate welfare to large corporations and pick winners and losers. No, it is literally the government's job to pay for some fucking things. Yes, it is. We believe it will be possible not to, yeah, by the way, I do think it's also within the government's right to not allow certain businesses to operate in their country if they don't want them there. So, like, for example, Tesla, get the fuck out. Mostly because their cars are shit and they don't work anyway and are liable to just kind of explode and hit people because their cameras don't recognize kids. Kids are particularly at risk around Teslas. So, based on rules and regulations that they want to remove that keep, you know, your food healthy and don't do fracking, we believe it will be possible not only to reduce but eventually to eliminate subsidies for nonprofit businesses by focusing on improving overall economic growth through facilitating competition, improving productivity, streamlining regulation. How are you gonna... Streamlining regulation and fostering innovation in concert with free and fair trade agreements. We believe... Okay, I mean, it's nice that you believe that, but, fuck off. We believe the government should work with international organizations and individual nations to reduce protectionist policies to secure free trade. What the fuck is a protectionist policy? What are you talking about? What is that? I don't know what that is. That sounds like a buzzword. That sounds like a dog whistle. That sounds like a dog whistle for anti-environmental shit. Hold on. Protectionism examples and types of trade protections. Hold on. Refers to government policies that restrict international trade to help domestic of course. Protectionism refers to government policies that restrict international trade to help domestic industries. Protectionist policies are usually implemented with the goal of improving economic activity within domestic economy, but can also be implemented for safety and quality concerns. Safety and quality concerns. You know how America, they were recently complaining that, they're not gonna buy our big, beautiful beef. They don't buy our beef in the UK. It's because it doesn't reach the quality level. There's a reason why Kellogg's Fruit Loops have different ingredients on the Canadian box than they do in the American box. Because you're not allowed to use that fucking red poison in Canada. So you have to, if you want to sell shit in Canada, you have to meet their regulations. Hey, do you guys want lead paint in your toys, in your children's toys, in your Kinder eggs? This is how you get lead in your paint. Our goal in negotiations should be to secure agreements that benefit Canadian manufacturers by allowing them to compete and succeed through competition on a level playing field. Yeah, equity is what you mean. No, it's not. They mean level playing field, which is inherently, if you were to flatten the playing field, some people are taller than others, so it's not actually a level playing field. Where there is injurious harm. Did they run this through a fucking thesaurus generator to, like, what are you talking about, injurious harm? It's already harm. Why did you put the word injurious in here? This is all over the place in this fucking document. They're just fucking words. They just threw random word salad in here to make it harder to read and make it longer so that their constituents wouldn't read it. Where there is injurious harm caused by a trade action, and we have a reasonable chance of winning and or reserving this action, we should support an industry on a temporary basis until the trade action is resolved. We support amending the Investment Canada Act to expand the review process to include not only the net benefit to Canada in reference to our industrial, economic, and cultural policies, but also a consideration of our national security interests. You are not allowed to talk about fucking national security. The conservatives, including the voters, people who are voting conservative, are not allowed to talk to me about national security. You can come and talk to me when your fucking leader of your party has his fucking security clearance. Then you can talk to me about national security. So don't talk to me about foreign interference. Don't talk to me about Carney's foreign this, that, or the other thing, because you don't know. You don't know because you don't have your fucking security clearance. So until you fucking get your goddamn fucking security clearance, do not talk to me about national security. Don't talk to me about foreign policy. Don't talk to me about foreign trade or what you're gonna do about it. It's worthless. It means nothing. Do not talk to me about foreign investment. Do not talk to me about geopolitics. Do not talk to me about anything related to international fucking anything. Which means you can't talk to me about fucking regulations for food. You can't talk to me about regulations for trade. You can't talk to me about fucking climate change shit. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. Don't talk to me about cutting aid or foreign affairs and being like, we don't want to spend money in Ukraine. You don't know. You don't know if it would be beneficial or not to give money to Ukraine. You don't know. And the reason you don't know is because you don't have your fucking security clearance. You have no fucking clue. You don't know what you're talking about because you don't have the fucking information. Period. End of sentence. You do not know if it would be beneficial or not. At best. At best. Until your leader has his fucking security clearance, I don't fucking care what you fucking think about foreign affairs. Because your leader doesn't have a security clearance and you don't fucking care. So if you don't care, then you don't get a say. You're gonna pull it out of your ass? Because that's just, I'm just gonna assume you're pulling it out of your ass. Because that's the only place you can be pulling it from. Because you don't have your fucking security clearance. So shut the fuck up. Not a fuck given. Not one. Don't give a shit. Cereal health regulations. Ew. Fruit Loops is a really good example. We support amending the Investment Canada Act to expand the review process to include not only the net benefit to Canada in reference to our industrial, economic, and cultural policies, but also a consideration of our national security. Shut the fuck up. This would include security of supply, technology transfer, and any antitrust implications. Shut the fuck up. You don't get a say. You don't get a fucking say. You don't fucking get a say. We support the privatization of crown corporations that compete directly with comparable service from existing private sector institutions. So they want to get rid of any fucking... So, like, that's, like, a lot of that is healthcare. A lot of that is healthcare. So, or insurance. That's what that is. Science and research development. If you thought I was mad before. The Conservative Party supports the establishment of a single authority or single window to review big science projects according to published guidelines. You know, when you do quality assurance... hold on, hold on. You need me for a second. Hi, bring it in. When you do quality assurance to make sure that there's no, fraud or waste or abuses to something, you generally have more than one review. More than one point do you check the quality of something. So that way you know, and it's easier for you to find out where something went wrong in the line. Right? So, like, say you have a multi-step, a big project, right? And that project includes steps, which most large projects do. You have like your surveying, you have your soil testing, you have your construction planning, and floor planning. Then you have your getting your resources together and getting quotes together, and then you start buying materials and you go out and find your contractors. Like there's steps, right? There's steps, and quality will generally review, right? Review what's going on at multiple points at the end of every one of these steps, and sometimes do spot checking, like in between the middle. So that way, if there's a problem with a contractor, you know right away, and you likely are going to have an easier time finding out which contractor it was because you're reviewing all the contractors when you have the list of contractors. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm getting at? So if a contractor is fucking with you, you know which one it is, and you haven't gotten too far in your project. So you haven't been totally royally boned, right? So if you make all of the review happen at the same time through one thing, and you create a funnel, and you create a congestion of where there's suddenly a lot of work that needs to go through this. Think of it like traffic. You know, when like there's a bunch of you're driving down the highway, and then there's a bunch of there's like this big funneling problem where like a bunch of highways converge and there's a bunch of merging lanes, and then suddenly traffic grinds to a fucking halt because you've created this fucking really narrow spot. You've created this funnel, right? And then traffic on the other side of the funnel takes off. That's fine. You've created this bunch of fucking. It's that. So you're putting a massive amount of pressure and a high level of like accuracy necessary in this one spot, right? And then that one spot is also responsible for finding the error in a larger stack of information, but the projects are further along by the time they get checked, and then you have to retroactively go back and find out where things went wrong in the project. So if I'm, instead of double checking at the survey, double checking at the soil, double checking at the contractors, double checking at the resources when you're acquiring the resources, checking at the doing a quality check at the part where you're doing your fucking quotations and your amount of your accounting, right? Instead of doing all that at all these steps, you're doing all of it at once after the project. So now you're telling me you've got a leaky house. Great. You've got an entire subdivision. That entire subdivision is leaking. What happened? You don't know. Was it shoddy materials? Did somebody do a job that they didn't mean to? Did somebody charge you extra for something they didn't do? Was there an error? The houses are now all sagging. What happened? Why are they sagging? Why are the basements uneven? You don't know. Now you have to go back and try to figure it out, and there's a decent chance you won't be able to. And now you have to demo it and do it all over again. And then if you don't check it along the way again, something else goes wrong. And now you have to demo it and do it again. This is the most inefficient. If you want to talk about government spending and you want to talk about efficiency, doing your review through a single window process is the least fucking efficient, greatest chance of fraud, greatest waste of time and resources that will fucking chokehold. It will create a choke of shit that needs to get done, thus creating traffic and a backlog of projects that will not be being completed. The houses will be built, and they'll be there, but you won't be allowed to move into them because they're not done the review process because you've got 6 people trying to review fucking everything all at fucking once. This is the least efficient thing you could ever fucking possibly do. This is a waste of money. This is a waste of resources. You're gonna have to do the work over and over and over again, and then you're just gonna have shit sitting there going nowhere fast, and still nobody's allowed to live in a house. Every time I do one of these, I get through less and less of the document because I'm too busy talking about how this much a con. This is like the more you read, the worse it gets because it's compounding. All of the problems that we talked about are also now on top of the current thing we're looking at. So you have to keep that in mind. These projects are often tied up in bureaucracy because under this current system, they are forced to seek funding from a myriad of departments and agencies. So you just want to dump all of the money into one spot that is poorly researched and poorly manned and poorly relegated. A single window approach would be more transparent. No, it definitively would not be more transparent because having to go to multiple departments means that it's clear what they're doing, right? So if they're like, hey, listen, we need to build a house, so we need to get the Department of Agriculture, we need to get the Department of Energy, and we need to get the Department of like Infrastructure on board. So you've got a review process for each one, right? That's transparent. If you just say, hey, we're doing a thing, give us money, and they say, yes, no, they is now everything. They is now your housing, they is now your environmental, they is now your pharmaceuticals, they is now your infrastructure, your roadways, they is now your radio station, the CRTC, right? You don't know. You don't know what thing they're asking for as an outsider. And the other problem is like now that you've been approved, it might be harder to get approval because now you need to be in compliance with all of the things instead of in compliance with only the things you need to be in compliance for. Now you're getting reviewed for pharmaceuticals and you're building a house. And you're just like, why do I need approval about this pharmaceutical paperwork? Why am I filling out this pharmaceutical paperwork? It's not applicable, not applicable, not applicable, not applicable. But it still all has to be reviewed. Now you've got more bureaucracy. You've got more paperwork. It's going to take longer because everything needs to be reviewed for every single department. Yeah, what if the window fails? Yeah, what if the window fails? Then what? Now nothing's happening. Or everything is happening. Everything's getting approved. All willy-nilly with like zero knowledge of like what, like less bureaucracy. All right, listen. Hey, conservatives. Hey. Less bureaucracy does not equate to more efficiency. I'm going to say it again. Less bureaucracy does not automatically equal more efficient. I don't like bureaucracy. I'm not a fan. My keys are downstairs. I didn't bring the jangle keys. More bureaucracy does not equal more efficiency or less efficiency. Less bureaucracy does not equal more efficiency or less efficiency. It's based on something called context. The context of what you're trying to do and how your bureaucracy is laid out may be more or less. Things can always be adjusted, things can always be reviewed and tweaked, but removing entire processes does not guarantee a specific outcome, and in fact, a lot of the time will have unintended consequences based on that blanket chainsaw styled a disregard and a reckless disregard for whatever it is you're actually trying to accomplish. Please stop this madness. This document is a blight on Canadian history. Correlation does not equal causation, yeah. For the research community and more accountable to Canadian taxpayers. That's right, we're talking about science, research, and development. I'm really tired today. We support this. This document is causing me pain. We support the creation of an independent chief scientist who would advise and report to Parliament on scientific matters. You know, not all science is the same. And not all scientists are experts in every field of science. And not all scientists are sorry, this thing makes me want to vomit. Not all scientists are good communicators. So if you're gonna create a that sounds like more bureaucracy. It kind of is. Because that chief scientist is going to have a team of scientists that are all hired by the government to review any research documentation, or any applications for grants or for money, for taxpayer money that is being utilized for, like, that. They just want to hire somebody because they said chief scientist. They didn't say that the person had to be a scientist. They're just going to call the position independent chief scientist. And then they're going to put in whoever the fuck they want. And then when you put in whoever the fuck you want, you're just going to put in whoever you think agrees with whatever policies you want to put forward. It doesn't mean anything. And help coordinate science policy issues within the government. There's a and internationally. Okay. No, you don't get to talk to me about international anything. You don't get to talk to me about international anything. You don't have your security clearance. Shut up. This office would be modeled on the Parliamentary Office of Science and Technology in the United Kingdom. The chief scientist would be mandated by Parliament to provide independent and balanced analysis of the public policy issues related to science and technology. This information should be provided openly to parliaments and Canadians to enable informed decisions. We already do this. Like, if you want to know about any research papers or anything that's going on, I mean, making them more available to everybody and more accessible, sure, but that's not what this is. Top science guy. Canadians had actor in a lab coat. Yeah, right? We support the funding of innovation, technology, and research through the Granting Council. So they want to get rid of grants, but they agree with this, allegedly. We support a competitive peer review process. Okay, great, thanks. and enhanced transparency and accountability to determine who shall receive grants through these councils. The grants that they're going to get rid of. They approve of the grants that they want to remove, I guess. We recognize the importance of private sector investment in research and development of commercial applications. We recognize that the scientific research and experimental development, or SR and ED tax should work with tax credit, has been successful in spurring private investment in research and development. The government should work with stakeholders in all fields of research and various industry sectors to expand its tax credit. We support the elimination of the capital tax and you just said. Sounds like this is to throw up hurdles in an attempt to frustrate science and advancement, probably because education doesn't favor the conservatives. You think? Landon says agreed. Just because one may be smart does not mean one is correct. Just because someone may have advanced knowledge of some field does not mean they are some form of universal expert. Smitty says, my expertise in spaghetti does not qualify me as an expert in making lasagna. That's why you don't hire a smart brain person. You hire a smooth brain person you can blame when something goes wrong. David is right. That's all this is. This is smooth brain. You have a small brain, a smooth brain, no rivers or lumps, nor valleys or bumps. We support the elimination of the capital tax and the reduction of the capital gains tax because the effectiveness of the SR and ED tax credit relies upon a general level of tax on capital and investment. In principle, we believe the government should provide more scientific research and experimental development tax incentives. Foreign ownership restrictions. You don't get to talk to me about foreign ownership restrictions. You don't have your security clearance. The Conservative Party supports relaxing foreign ownership rules on Canadian industries. What? What? Did you not? You just said you wanted to encourage more domestic shit. They're coming to take me away, haha. They're coming to take me away, ho ho yee, haha, to the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time, and I'll be happy to see those nice young men in their clean white coats, and then they're coming to take me away. Oh, yee. God, fucking shit, dude. The Conservative Party supports relaxing foreign ownership rules on Canadian industries in concert with our major trading partners in the telecommunication, broadcast distribution, and airline industries. We believe the government should conduct an immediate review to determine whether to reduce or completely remove these rules. Brick. 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 The only response is a brick. 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 To the head. In the face. Brick. Mine. Brick. Brick. It's This is so laughably corrupt. Like this is like mustache twirling, laughably. We're gonna tie women to the railway track and make money, and run away with like a little, like the fucking top hat, monocle, evil twirly mustache, and a fucking bag, a sack that's got a dollar bill sign on it. Who is gonna pay for the brain damage that I am enduring? Is that gonna come out of taxpayers' money, or is that gonna come out of like fucking the funding that Pierre Poilievre is getting from Modi? Oh, I don't. I. I don't know. Alright. We're on page like 21, right? Yeah, research and development. Here we go. Foreign ownership restrictions. That's where we stopped last time. Do I sound tired? Do I seem exhausted? Do I seem like my brain rot has like seeped into my what? I need a nap. Blink thrice if you're being held hostage by Poilievre. Wait till you hear him talk. These are just the policies he has written down. Next week we're gonna start watching him and his rallies and his stuff. You're actually gonna have to get to hear what he has to say. I've been watching and I'm just like, why? Why are we here? What are we doing? Penning the press gives the illusion of a media scrum optics to make him seem more important. Yeah. Alright. No, but you can get a dozen eggs. Foreign ownership restrictions. The Conservative Party supports the relaxing of foreign ownership ownership rules on Canadian industry in concert with our major trading partners in the telecommunications, broadcasting, distribution, and airline industries. Hey. You guys remember that Chatham, Kent assets, that there was a bunch of right-wing extremist media outlets that bought up a bunch of fucking Canadian newspapers, and they're pretending they're Canadian, and they're just all like, and they're shutting down a bunch of media and shutting down a bunch of news access to rural areas. It's that. We believe the government should conduct an immediate review to determine whether to reduce or completely remove these rules. You want to remove rules on foreign telecommunication and broadcast distribution. Yeah, that's not going to increase foreign interference. Infrastructure. The Conservative Party believes the government should allocate a portion of federal retail... Oh, sorry. I apologize. Is that better? The Conservative Party believes the government should allocate a portion of federal retail gasoline taxes to the provinces and territories to fund infrastructure. To augment direct government support for infrastructure, Conservative Party supports using the P3 funding model to expand and hasten the renewal of Canada's infrastructure. But they said they wanted to get rid of the taxes. So if you're going to cut the tax, then you don't have any taxes to allocate into infrastructure. If you axe the tax, then you're not investing in the infrastructure. Financial institutions. The Conservative Party believes... Oh yeah, something that happened yesterday on Debate Hub. I should tell you guys. I'm sorry, I just because I think this is really funny. We were talking about, like, geopolitics and America's position and like the vibes of everybody, right? With Chris. And somebody comes in swinging and is just like, but how many Canadian banks operate in America compared to Canada? And it's like, well, nothing is really stopping American banks from happening in Canada, but like this has been going on for years and you only just noticed it now because Trump said something wrong about it. And also, I had a giggle because I'm like, uh-oh, the Americans found out that we own a lot of their money. Oh no, what are you gonna do about it? I just thought it was really funny. I gotta kick into that. Alright, anyway. Financial institutions. The Conservative Party believes that government should protect the best interest of consumers by fostering competition and ensuring that the financial service sector is appropriately regulated, balanced with stability and opportunity for success and growth in these institutions. It's the let the market fix itself, which we all know doesn't work. National Security Regulator. The Conservative Party recognizes that efficient capital markets are vital to Canada's prosperity, and that a single national securities regulator with robust enforcement powers is the most effective way to fight white-collar crime and protect the savings of investments of Canadians. We believe the government should work with the provinces and territories to create such a regulator. Who would trust deregulated American banks? Right, exactly. Again, you guys don't get to talk about national security until your party leader has his national security clearance. Regional development. The Conservative Party recognizes that regional development policies are an important part of any comprehensive strategy to assist the regions of Canada to meet the opportunities of the new global economy. The new global economy. This was written in 2023, or published in 2023. Regional development agencies must be depoliticized and focus on attracting new private sector investment. Private sector. Yes. The very essence of economic development, national building, and regional development is the free flow of resources. The Conservative Party supports the extension of Canada's pipeline network to Atlantic Canada and the modernization of Canada's existing pipeline infrastructure as a means of creating Canadian jobs and reducing our dependence on foreign oil. The Conservative Party believes it is essential to the economic survival of provinces and territories and the financial stability of Canada. The provinces and territories are the principal beneficiary of their natural resource development and export. They think the only infrastructure is pipeline infrastructure. Because that's the only one they talk about. That's what they're talking about, developments of an entire region. And the only thing they bring up is pipeline. Nothing about anything. Like, so tired. I'm so tired. There's nothing about like roads, rails, water lines, any other type of like electricity. Nothing about electricity. Intellectual property, patent litigation. Sorry, legislation. The Conservative Party supports the creation of a process that allows the patent holder to restore time lost on 20-year patent protection due to delays in government approval. The Conservative Party supports small and medium businesses and their need to commercialize innovation. To this end, we support a shorter and simplified patent process. Why is everything these people proposing always skewed in a way that will help the upper echelon rather than they say they're supporting small and medium, but whatever they're deciding actually maybe it helps them a little bit, but will mostly help like upper end? Oh yeah, internet infrastructure. Good point. Yep. Copyright legislation. The Conservative Party believes the objectives of copyright legislation should be to create opportunities for Canadian creators to enjoy the fruits of their labor to the greatest possible extent, to ensure the rights of Canadian creators are adequately protected by law, that these rights are balanced with the opportunity for the public to use copyrighted works for teaching, researching, and lifelong learning, to continue to allow an individual to make copies of recordings of musical works and video for that person's personal and individual use, that enforcement is applied fairly and in accordance with international standards. Okay. Keep doing what you're doing, I guess. We believe that reasonable access to copyright works is a critical necessity for learning and teaching for Canadian students and teachers, and that access to copyrighted materials enriches lifelong learning and is an essential component of an innovative economy. We believe the government should give consideration to educational public policy goals within the copyrighted framework and work with industry to increase awareness and develop a public education campaign to better inform users and creators of copyright laws in Canada. We support the elimination of the levy on blank recording materials. Okay, all right. Northern development. The Conservative Party believes that it is essential to the economic development. You'd think that as an artist and a YouTuber, I would care more about what they're saying here, and I don't. I don't care. Copyright is a whole big ball of fuck off, and it's like, I can't be bothered. And that's not to say it's not important. It matters. It's very important, but like, Northern development. The Conservative Party believes it is essential to the economic development of the 3 Northern territories to ensure they retain 100% of resource royalties through comprehensive resource revenue sharing agreements with the federal government. Decisions about the North should be made in the North by empowering Northerners through the devolution of responsibilities from Indigenous and Northern Canadian affairs to 3 democratically elected territorial and Indigenous governments. Oh no! 3 each or 3 in totality? Because the territories are traditionally, there's 3 of them. So is there going to be 3 democratically elected Indigenous governments and 3 democratically elected territorial governments for a total of 6? Or is it just 3? We support strategic investments in nation building, power communications, defense and transportation infrastructure, and scientific research and technological innovation to enable Northern solutions to employment, education, health, and social challenges. Okay. Arctic sovereignty. The Conservative Party believes that demonstrating Canada's presence in the Arctic requires both political and economic development in Northern Canada. We believe the government should work with the territories to streamline regulatory process, but not the elected Indigenous government that you just suggested. Make substantial strategic investments in the territories, particularly in transportation infrastructure and the development of icebreaking capabilities consistent with Canada's need to exert Arctic sovereignty and promote year-round development. Fast track the devolution of provincial-type responsibilities to the territories from Indigenous and Northern Canadian affairs and other federal departments, and put who in charge of it. Work in partnership with the government of Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut to assert and maintain sovereignty in the Canadian Arctic with clear, effective, and consistent rules, and with an integrated, coordinated resource management approach to meet the challenges associated with increased exploration, development, and marine traffic in the Arctic. Tell me, did you guys notice the number of contradictions in here? We want to do more, but we want to take it away. We want to put you in charge of this, but we want to take out your power. We want to reorganize your government structure, but rely on you to do this. No talk of funding. Long-term energy framework. The Conservative Party believes that Canada has natural economic advantage due to an abundance of natural resources that support Canadian prosperity with an affordable and sustainable mix of Canadian energy resources, including hydrogen, renewables, uranium, lithium, hydrocarbons, water, biomass, and hydroelectric. Uh-huh. We believe that government should develop a renewable and non-renewable energy framework which takes into account outstanding obligations and which will meet our long-term requirements for domestic consumption and exports. We believe that strengthening global market integration will ensure greater reliability and affordability of energy supplies across Canada. We encourage the government to explore ways to reduce barriers to the movement of energy products across provincial and other borders. The Government of Canada should provide leadership and work closely with Indigenous peoples, provincial and territorial governments to align energy goals in the best interest of all Canadians and seek to achieve a positive impact of energy infrastructure development, energy supply, and energy demand in Canada by removing artificial barriers to interprovincial and international energy trade. So, is that in agreement with Mark Carney then? Would that mean that the Conservatives ought to agree with Carney saying that we wants the government to invest in infrastructure for sustainable energy and turn Canada into an energy superpower and do more trade with reliable allies other than America? Yes? We continue to support hydrocarbon exploration, pipeline construction, transportation efficiencies, and plant improvements to increase energy conversion efficiencies and reduce pollutant and greenhouse gas discharges. Oh! You want to reduce greenhouse gases, so you agree that climate change is a problem and sustainability matters. We support the application of nuclear energy and its associated industries to provide energy to Canadians while reducing negative impacts on the environment. Do you? Does your voting record agree? We believe the government should support and encourage the private development of alternative energy sources, fuels, including wind, solar, and geothermal sources of energy. Alternative transportation fuels, including biodiesel from oilseed crops and methanol, ethanol, or methane from biomass and organic waste. Fuel cell technology and the use of hydrogen as transportation fuel. Why does it have to be private? Why does it have to be private? See, here's the problem. All right, here's one of the issues with this. I don't think it's wrong to support and encourage private development. However, it needs to be under the conditions that those things are open source. Because we paid for them. Right? If you're getting support from the government to develop something as a private industry, the taxpayers are paying for that. You're being subsidized. And that means that we, the people, should have access to what it is that you develop. Right? So whether it be that you make it open source, whether it be that you provide like the data, what we need to get something out of it that isn't you just offering to sell us the thing that we paid for you to develop. It has to be private so the middleman can profit from national resource. Right, exactly. So it needs to be available. That's where the R&D grants that they are canceling would be. Yes, thank you, Jason. Absolutely. That too. That is where what is the support? It's grant money. It's the research that I was freaking out about yesterday. I was losing my mind yesterday. I'm sorry. I was losing my mind yesterday. I don't know if I was even did what I say did it even make sense? I was losing it. I was losing my mind. I'm not that sorry. We believe that pipelines provide transportation. We believe that pipelines provide safe and economical transportation, and we will work to ensure that Canada has an efficient pipeline network and that legislation implemented ensure timely application process, encourage a long-term return on investment needed for energy products. How? How are you going to do that? And again, why is still your only solution to any of these things fucking pipelines? The only thing is pipelines. Pipelines and cutting taxes. That's it. We believe the government should support and encourage private development of pipelines. Support the private they want to use your tax dollars to help BP because poor BP can't afford to ruin your environment. Oh my god. Oh, I don't know if you heard that. My back just. We don't negotiate with terrorists. All right. Long-term strategic energy commission. The Conservative Party believes that Canada has an economic advantage as it is a country rich in natural resources such as crude oil, natural gas, hydropower, nuclear power, shale gas and oil, coal, solar, wind, and biomass energy. We believe the government must enable a national commission on energy security. Okay, that's more government, by the way. They've proposed 2 or 3 new branches of government. So for anybody who's voting for these people because they want small government, they're proposing more government and more inefficiency and bottlenecking. But they want to introduce. Yesterday, I was talking about they've got like this funnel. It's bottlenecking. They want it like. National Energy Corridor. Energy independence is key. Securing right-of-ways and permits without successive environmental assessments. Yeah, why would we want to assess if we were going to shoot ourselves in the foot before we fired a gun? Why would we want to do that? Successive environmental assessments will enable Canada to develop integrated national resource and utility infrastructure corridors across Canada. Resources will have access to international markets, and Canadians will have stable and secure access to their resources and utility needs across Canada. And then they'll all die of lead poisoning. And then every place in Canada and every major city will look like Flint, Michigan. Yahoo! Yippee! I'm so fucking excited. A commission that just supports pipelines? Yes. Yes. Correct. That doesn't sound like waste, fraud, and abuse in the government at all, does it? Sounds like a good use of your taxpayer dollars. You know. Never mind. You know what? Brick. It's a brick. A brick. This is the only answer is a brick. The Conservative Party supports positive policies pertaining. The Conservative Party supports positive policies pertaining. This is a fucking Dr. Seuss book. To the mining industry for the future, such as increased investment in geoscience programs and research. Except they wanted to cut all that already. Streamlining regulatory processes relating to these industries. And, without successive environmental assessments. Because, you don't want environmental assessments happening when you're doing mining. What are you gonna do? Protect the miners from having a cave collapsing on top of them? Like, what do you mean? ABCs of competition, airline, banking, cell phones, and beyond. So it's actually ABCB? ABCAB? ABCAB? Oh no, that would have sounded stupid. The Conservative Party The Conservative Party believes policies improving economic and personal freedom of everyday Canadians, unless you're trans, and unless you want to get an abortion, and unless you're gay, are a unifying national priority. We further believe that increased competition in airlines, banking, cell phones, and beyond is a game changer to catapult product innovations, freedom of choice, and purchasing power towards the highest standard of living. Why? Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that's true? This is trickle-down economics, people. This is trickle-down economics. And this is the capitalist ideal of the market will fix itself. Dome over the open pit mines for the prisoners they need after the 3 strikes, for the prisons they need after the 3 strikes law. They're not even gonna put a dome over it. They're just gonna have a pit and they'll just dump people into it. Natural resource policy. What national resource policy? You already gutted everything so far. The Conservative Party will build a natural resource framework that reconciles resource development with defined consultation timelines and access to international and domestic markets. It will enable governments to reach agreement on resource development to attract domestic and foreign investment and reduce reliance on overseas components for domestic needs. That doesn't. The fuck? Resource to market. A conservative market would place primacy across every federal ministry on getting Canadian natural resources to international and domestic markets. A conservative government will use every tool in the national interest toolkit to get our natural resources to market. The pipeline. More bureaucracy for our pipeline, and cut funding everywhere else. Because we need money for our pipeline. The conservative international trade. The Conservative Party of Canada strongly supports international trade initiatives that will generate increased economic activity, jobs, and a greater understanding and collaborative relationship between emerging economies and our democratic, streamlined, regulatory, free enterprise approach to governance. Let me see how many times I said pipeline. Only 6. They only said it 6 times. They only said the word pipeline 6 times. Where was I? Trade? Trade. There you go. The Conservative Party believes that the government is responsible for taking the lead in working with its provincial partners to eliminate interprovincial trade barriers in transportation, commerce, labor, and capital mobility. I mean, great. We're working on that right now, which is fantastic. So any of the conservatives that are speaking out against that or complaining about Carney and that whole shtick need to sit the fuck down and read their own manifesto, Danielle. We support bringing more security to existing trade-related jobs. To create new employment opportunities, our trade agenda will focus on diversifying both the products we sell abroad and the market into which we sell those products. What? Fresh maple syrup collected by the pure hands of toddler workers. Diversifying both the products we sell abroad and the market into which we sell those products. Oh, okay. So, like, they want to be allowed to sell to China or whatever. Or Russia, I guess. Because Canada's not trading with Russia right now. They're in a, what is it, sanctions and embargoes? Anyway. We've frozen their assets. We emphasize the importance of secure access to international markets through a rule-based trading system. We believe that Canada should strive to maximize the benefits we have as a free trading nation and emphasize the need to establish trade relationships beyond North America. Oh, so you agree with Canada having talks and the Liberal Party and our Liberal government talking with China about doing trade. So you agree with the Liberal Party going and reaching out to the EU and expanding those trade relations. You agree with these things. Right? In future rounds of trade negotiations, we believe the government should vigorously pursue the reduction of international trade barriers and tariffs. Okay. Pursue the elimination of trade-distorting government export subsidies within clearly established time limits. Okay. Seek a clear definition of what constitutes an export subsidy. Okay. We support efforts by the government to develop new markets for Canadian goods and services by emphasizing the development of trade ties with emerging markets. Like China? I seem to recall the Conservative Party being really mad at Trudeau for talking, even opening the door to have conversations with China. I seem to recall recently hearing Polyev bitching about Carney talking to China. No? In recognition of fresh water as a critical resource to the future of Canadians, and everybody, we believe that there should be an investigation into the protection and security of our long-term freshwater resources as they pertain to exportation as a commodity. Oh, no. Are you sure? Because you know that any investigation into any protections that have been unduly removed and resources being sold to private companies would inevitably end up talking about Harper, his conservative government, and his relationship with Nestle. Let's say this again. Conservative Harper and his relationship with Nestle. Yeah, they already said that they wanted to get rid of the environmental assessments. Do you want to try to count the number of contradictions in this document? Because I don't. I can't count that high. We believe the... I'm gonna cry. We believe the government should... What am I gonna do if these fucking people win the goddamn election up here? What am I gonna do? I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Lay an egg. Please don't fuck this up. We believe the government should strive to maximize the benefits of our cross-border trade by reducing or removing impediments to the efficient flow of goods, services, and people at border crossing points. The government should also pursue agreement on the standard for secure definition of cross-border travelers that are both affordable and convenient. What does that have to do with water? Oh, just international trade. Okay. Bring back the Kinder Egg. Interprovincial trade. Didn't you already talk about this? Did they not already? Yeah, they already talked about this. Why are you... The Conservative Party believes that the efficiency and economic constraints posed by interprovincial trade barriers should be eliminated to the greatest extent possible. We believe that But they... Wait. Did they not say that they want to create these corridors that allow energy, like the pipeline, to ship stuff everywhere and make shipping between things and out of the country really easy. Because, like, for example, like Alberta's landlocked, right? Alberta doesn't have access to ship its oil easily without having to go through another province, right? And around some mountains. But then they said that they wanted the money that's made from those resources to still go to those provinces. So even though Alberta, for example, relies on British Columbia to enable the free movement of the oil through the pipeline, and requires space and sacrifice for both in money and maintenance and infrastructure and repairs, anything like that, and property from British Columbia, they want to keep all the profits. And the conservatives are like, no, 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 the province should keep all of its profits. But now they want to say they want to remove and eliminate all the barriers to the greatest extent. But one of those constraints would be the amount and what it's going to cost, especially if there's like a pipeline burst or anything, that there's a whole cleanup that has to happen in BC. Is Alberta going to pay for it? We believe that this document doesn't make any sense. We believe that the free trade principle should apply to all sectors of the economy. We believe the government should take the lead with its provincial partners, especially to modernize and eliminate interprovincial trade barriers in transportation, commerce, labor, and capital mobility. The Conservative Party of Canada supports interpersonal harmonization of professional and trade certifications and training to encourage more labor mobility and portability of qualifications within Canada. I mean, I'm not against that. I think that's great. I think that if we make the standard for, like, if you're a doctor or you're a tradesperson, like a mechanic in one province, you should be able to work in any province. Like, that makes sense to me. This will support greater employment and allow the development of more skilled labor force to train, graduate, and work through Canada without impediment. But then that also is, like, they said before that they wanted to, like, remove the federal control or federal rules around, like, things like abortion. So what does that mean if you're training to be a doctor? And then they also said earlier, like, I guess a few days ago that we read this part, where they said that they wanted to not force people to train in areas that are against their beliefs, which would, one of the big ones would be a doctor. If a doctor doesn't want to do abortions, and one province says that's fine, and another province says it's a requirement, and then you're like, yeah, but we want all of the professional trade certifications to apply across the board, and that the federal government should take the lead on that, then the federal government has to approve an education program that is doing the thing that they said they didn't want to do by saying that it's a standardized expectation, regardless of your personal beliefs, that if you're a doctor, you need to fucking treat people. So this directly goes against something that they said earlier. Syrup for the syrup gods! Syrup for the syrup gods! Thank you very much, lady. I appreciate that. We believe that the federal government should work with the provinces and territories to renegotiate the Canadian Free Trade Agreement in accordance with international trade agreements, including the National Dispute Resolution, whatever. Interpersonal trade of alcohol. The Conservative Party of Canada shall work with provincial and territory partners to ensure the trade of beer, wine, and liquor across the... I like how they say this about everything, and that they feel like alcohol needs its own... Like, alcohol is just so important that it needed its own subsection. That's funny. That barriers to this trade are eliminated in the spirit of cooperation and efficiency. Yeah, sure. Sure. Transportation principles. The Conservative Party supports a modern, efficient transportation system that is integral to the well being of Canada's economy and essential for Canadians to be competitive in intercontinental and global markets. We support the public private infrastructure investment as part of a comprehensive approach to improving and sustaining world class transportation system. We believe that ensuring access, not too long ago, the two or the out of the top 5 most dangerous roads on the planet, like roads that have the most access, 3 of them were in Ontario. 2 of them were like right near me. Anyway, we believe that ensuring access to future transportation infrastructure for people with disabilities is a fundamental policy for all future public and private transportation installations. I'm gonna go back on my rant about how stairs are the worst. We support the reduction or elimination of federal government fees, levies, taxes, and rents hidden and otherwise associated with Canada's national transportation system. So you're saying you want access for people with disability, but then you want to eliminate the things that enforce it and enable it. Oh, that also means that richer provinces have the ability to take all the doctors from poorer provinces. Yeah, good point. That's a good point, April. How are you gonna pay for it? Reduction or elimination? I mean, it's nice if buses didn't cost any money, but you have to. We believe that it is an important ongoing responsibility of government to improve border crossing and alleviate congestion at the border. This will result in the timely delivery of goods. Yeah, well, I think that problem took itself out for the time being. A Carnage Alley, a portion of the 401. Oh, high five! Yo, 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 yo. We're nearby. Carnage. I love that it's called Carnage Alley. Fucking so cursed, dude. Oh, God. We also recognize the need for improving security and improved relations with the United States and recommends that the feasibility of a North American perimeter be studied. What? Improve relations with the United States. In a recent speech, Carney started talking about how he started talking about how Canada wanted to put pressure and make some adjustments on working about our southern border, and started talking about how lax the Americans are about the border and how insecure they are and how it's letting guns into our country and drugs. So remember, like, last month or 2, and I was like, how long is it going to be before Canadians start talking about America the way America talks about Mexico? The answer was 2 months. Admittedly, we're not talking about them in the same way. We're not talking about like, oh, the cartels and they're trying to there's caravans. How long is it going to be though before there's actually caravans of Americans trying to cross the border to get out of America? Like I'm not kidding. Like it's funny, but it's like real. I would be fine with free public transit provided it stays at the same quality. Yeah, I mean, as long as it stays at the same quality or improves, then I think it's great if the buses don't cost any money. I think that's a great thing. Cool, but you can't get rid of the fees and the taxes, and then still expect to have a functioning system because you defunded it. You eliminated it. 6 months. 6 months? I hear 6 months. Then they become the immigrants that they loathe. Well, that's the thing, right? When we're talking about, like, illegal immigrants in Canada, the illegal immigrants, if I'm not mistaken, I have a sneaking suspicion that you'd have a very disproportionately high number of illegal immigrants that are actually, like, if you want to talk about, like, undocumented, behind on paperwork, yada yada yada, those are probably Americans. Like, there's probably going to be a lot more of them that are Americans than, like, I'm guessing. Maybe I'm wrong. But because that, like, refugees don't count, right? People that are taken in on political asylum, right? They're there legally. People who have working visas and student visas are not illegal immigrants. Those are immigrants that are there legally, are here legally, and they're paying taxes. They're either paying income taxes and or they're paying taxes on any products they're buying, so their rent and whatever they're paying the school, right? So illegal and undocumented immigrants are likely probably Americans. Like, if I had to guess. There's over 500,000 Americans here illegally. Yeah, do you have a citation? Do you have a source? Because I that sounds right. But I'm just saying something about rocks and glass houses. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So, you know, we believe government should assume all responsibility for legitimate customs and immigration costs for all points of entry to Canada. There's things in here that Carney's talking about doing. So I don't really understand why conservatives who think these things are against it. What congestion at the border? There isn't even wait times at the border anymore, right? Yeah, like, right? This, like, bro, this problem solved itself. We believe the government should improve the security of Canada's transportation system, including ports and marine facilities. I mean, I'm fine with improving things, but I don't. What's the problem that you're solving? Looked it up a while ago. I think it was 600K, but you can't find it. Oh, but you'll see if you can find it. Okay, cool. Thanks. I appreciate that. I'm going off of I would suspect, not that I know. Air transportation. The Conservative Party believes the government must negotiate reciprocal open skies type agreement where it is deemed to be in Canada's overall interest. We support strong accountability mechanisms for the corporate governance of Canada's airport authorities. We support ensuring airlines are represented on the board of NAV Canada. Sure. Ground transportation. Like, I feel like we should kind of maybe until America puts air traffic controllers back that Canadian flights and shouldn't be going to America. Like, until the safety regulations reach like a level of standard, we shouldn't be going, like, we shouldn't be doing it. We shouldn't be dealing with it. Don't negotiate with terrorists. Ground transportation. The Conservative Party believes the government should work with the provinces and utilize revenues from federal fuel excise tax as a source of funding to achieve a truly national highway system. But you're cutting the taxes. You can't say that you want to solve these problems and do these things using tax dollars when you say you're cutting all of the tax dollars. We believe the government should work in partnership with the provinces and territories to achieve an integrated transport system. We believe that in order to reduce automobile rail accidents at level crossing, the government should continue to ensure that railroad owners take more responsibility for ensuring consistency in level cross markings and equipping rail cars with side reflectors. Okay. Sure. CBC has something on the number of immigrants from America. Yeah. Let's check this out. Let's pull this up. Let's pull this up. Can you guess how many immigration numbers changed under Harper and Trudeau? Oh no. Oh, it's like can you guess? But I want to know what the answer is. Immigration Canada. Let's see. Immigration from Canada to the United States hits a 10-year high as tens of thousands head south. This was May 30th, 2024. So this is last year. Last year, it hit a high. Census says 126,340 people left Canada for the United States in 2022, and 70% increase over a decade ago. And how much has that dropped now? By a shitload. An absolute fucking shitload. Alright, let's see if I can search, how many American immigrate to Canada every year? Immigration statistics. Number of immigrants in Canada, number of immigrants arriving in Canada by province, demographic overview, by gender, by number of permanent residents permitted, naturalized citizens, immigrants by age, immigrants arriving, education, labor, public opinion. This isn't what I'm looking for. Whatever. I'll look more for it later. I'm brain dead. We'll look for it more another time. Conservative Party believes that Canada should work with private blah 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 blah. Increasing airline choice for Canadians. In close partnership with provincial, territorial governments, airport authorities across Canada, and industry partners, the Conservative Party will both introduce and actively promote a new framework for increased domestic and foreign airline competition in Canada, including experimentation with cabotage on a trial basis on select routes. Can we have Zeppelins? Can I have blimps? I want intercity. I want intercity blimps. The transports of goods or passengers between two places in the same country. The term it doesn't even mean anything. Trade or transport in coastal water or airspace between 2 points within a country. They just literally just threw an additional fucking word in there just to be a dick. Blimps. Can we have blimps? I would love blimps that went between like major cities. That'd be great. That'd be cool. Even if they're just passenger blimps. Passenger rail. We support rail infrastructure across Canada, including innovative high-speed passenger rail, where warranted. This would ease conflicts between passengers and freight trains, reduce highway congestion and GHG emissions, and promote national unity and interprovincial trade. Yahoo. The main deal of cabotage. Well, this is cabotage. Is cabotage by foreign companies? Oh yeah, because of course they want foreign shit. Rail transportation. The Conservative Party supports the capacity expansion of existing rail-based transportation infrastructure across Canada in order to secure tidewater port access and increase international market access for Canadian manufacturing, processing, agriculture, and natural resource exports. Environmental principles. In order to have a strong economy and maintain good health, Canada must have a strong, coordinated, and achievable environmental policies. The Conservative Party believes that responsible exploration, development, conservation, and renewal of our environment are vital to our continued well-being as a nation and individuals. Do you? Does your voting go along with that? Do your policies? Because so far your policies have been like, ignore the environment. To achieve this, a conservative government will protect through policies clean air and climate, clean water and land biodiversity. These policies will be firmly based on the scientific basis and technological information currently available concerning both the issues involved and our best response to them. then why are you saying you want to remove the environment assessments for your pipeline? Clean air and smog reductions. The Conservative Party supports the legislated emission caps. The Conservative Party supports the legislated emission caps. That's the bill that Polyev keeps bitching about. That he's like, oh, they're stopping energy production. It's like, no, it doesn't stop energy production. It's an emissions cap. You can make as much energy as you want. You just can't put it. You have a limit about how much fucking smog you're allowed to put in the air. To reduce smog-causing pollutants, such as nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, and volatile organic compounds, ground-level ozone, and particulate matter. We support stringent vehicle fuel efficiency and exhaust emission standards and the adoption of Pan-Canada low-carbon aluminum purchasing policy. This goes against what Polyev has been saying on the campaign trail. Good God, energy security via innovation. In order to ensure a consistent energy supply, Conservative government will encourage innovation in research and development aimed at creating diverse, safe, dependable, and economical energy options, including renewable and other carbon and non-carbon-based energy sources that function well in Canada's climate and geography. Energy transition. In pursuit of a purposeful, gradual transition to a lower carbon use future, a Conservative government will support the continued use of oil and gas while encouraging research and development that they're cutting the funding for, aimed at creating safe, dependable, and economical options, including carbon capture technology, battery-based storage, small modular reactors, and hydrogen-based generation. Guys, goobers, are you listening? So who's lying? Are the Conservatives lying in what they intend to do? Are they just self-contradictory? Is Polyev just full of shit? Or is there actually a concerted group within the Conservative Party that is what I would call the center-right, who does know and care about these things, and they've allowed their whole ass fucking party to be co-opted by goddamn psychopaths? Canada is not broken. Our system functions. Our government has been there for us, particularly when a liberal is in power. The liberal federal government helped save lives in Alberta with fires, and in Quebec when the Quebec fires were happening in the summer. The Liberal Party, when they are in power, helped with COVID. Canada helped Canadians and Americans during 9/11. The financial crises. Our government, even when it was Harper in some circumstances, were there for its people. Even Doug Ford, who I do not like and do not agree with, is out here trying to help Canadians when it comes to dealing with Donald Trump. Our government system is not fractured. It's not broken. It doesn't have these weird loopholes that the Conservatives or Polyev likes to say that there is. The only thing enabling Polyev and right-wing extremism right now is complacency of the Canadian people, the voters, and of particularly the Conservatives that are letting them just steamroll. Like, you don't have to do that. You don't have to go along with this. Hold a vote of no confidence for your own fucking guy. He's lying to you. Aquifer mapping. The Conservative Party supports the development of a long-term plan to cooperate with provinces and territories to create an inventory that could define significant and key aquifers and establish policy to protect the quality and sustainability of Canada's major aquifers. With the threat of groundwater resources becoming depleted in Canada, we will face increasing need to understand the extent of replenishing of the replenishment of aquifers. Water and Great Lakes. The Conservative Party believes the government should continue working with the United States and the provinces to address critical threats to the sustainability of our shared resources, the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River Basin. Address the threats to our shared resource, including water levels, invasive species, population, and other threats to the tourism industry and the living conditions and economic well-being of area residents. You know, all that stuff we keep cutting. Provide adequate funding to fulfill its commitment to this region, which is home to 16 million Canadians and is a crucial source of clean air, drinking water, food, shelter, health, employment, and recreation, as well as Canada's highest concentration of industry, and establish long-term outcomes, translate them into real plans for the basin, apply a consistent basin-wide approach for issues that span the entire basin, clarify responsibilities of federal and provincial governments, and recognize constitutional authority of the provinces. So if the federal government says no, and the province says yes, the province gets priority when it's something that affects all of Canada? Countering foreign propaganda is a challenge. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Again, Carney said something recently about like what a cesspool. He didn't use the word. But he described a cesspool of Canadian or of social media. Like he was particularly referencing Meta and Twitter. Offshore. Well, again, we'll talk about that next week. Offshore resource development. To capture economic, social, and net environmental benefits, the Conservative Party believes the government should promote exploration and development of offshore resources along with our coastal waters. This should be carried out in cooperation with the provinces and territories, affect First Nations, private industry, and other relevant business, scientific, and environmental groups. In my humble opinion, and I know this is going to sound like extreme, this is like a more left extreme position that I play with a little bit. I dabble in. I think America should cede control of the Great Lakes to Canada. Not in totality, but in management. Canada is better equipped, more experienced, and better at maintaining natural resources than America is. Our regulations can be more robust. However, the management of the Great Lakes should be ceded to us and should be ceded to Canada because America fucking sucks at it and keeps wrecking it for everybody. Stop that. What was I talking about? Blah, 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 blah. We believe that companies should follow best practices and the precautionary principle to mitigate environmental risks. No, there should be robust checks and auditing and assessments. Yeah, no, I'm sure Coca-Cola and Nestle will just do, best practices. They're not gonna, cheat or do anything unbecoming. Again, we're back to talking about Harper and Nestle. Yahoo! We believe government should allow for arm's-length regulatory practices to ensure safe and environmentally responsible practices in the exploration for the development of these natural resources. Arm's-length regulatory process. No. I disagree. We believe government should consider the potential of these natural resources before designating new marine protection areas. They don't? Are you saying that they don't consider? That's not part of the consideration? That's stupid. We support ensuring that accurate and complete information on risks and benefits of such development is made available to the public. I mean, sure, then again, we're back to Harper deleting and erasing a shitload of environmental data in regards to our weather. They just deleted it. Fuck you. Contaminated sites. The Conservative Party supports initiatives to provide stable long-term funding for the cleanup of contaminated sites in cooperation with the provinces, territories, and municipalities. We believe the government should continue to remove roadblocks that discourage the private sector from cleaning and developing contaminated land. Amend the Income Tax Act to allow remediation expenses to be treated as a deductible expense. Amend the Income Tax Act to allow remediation expenses to be treated as deductible expenses. So, if you're, let's just stick with oil. If you're an oil company and you're transporting or you're digging somewhere and you spill a bunch of fucking oil all over the place, and now you gotta clean it up, they want to make the cleanup deductible to your taxes. What do you think that that's going to mean when they do the math and find out if they drop this much amount of oil and do this much amount of cleanup, it costs them less in overall taxes? What do you think's going to happen? What do you think that's going to look like? There are already companies that own many things that will purposefully keep certain things in the red to use as tax deductible. You don't think that they won't do that assessment? You're rewarding a company. You're rewarding a company for doing an oil spill and damaging the environment. Introduce legislation to terminate regulatory liability. Can poor people deduct fines from their taxes? Oh. Introduce legislation to terminate regulatory liability upon issuance of regulatory approval from remediation to encourage development of brownfields, reversible only in emergency or in cases of fraud. Create an insurance fund for post-liability insurance claims. This will permit the quantification and spreading of development risks through insurance, reinsurance, and diversification of ownership, and provide economic incentives to the private sector to clean up contaminated lands. I'm stopping here today. This is just handout to big corporations. Yeah, it creates a negative incentive. This is inventing an incentive that encourages major corporations and enables major corporations to be rewarded for doing bad things. We're on page, forget, 28, right? So this is the Conservative Party of Canada policy declaration for September 9th, 2023, right? So we were on page, like, 20-something or another. Copyright, oh yeah, Atlantic sovereignty, yeah, mining, ABC, yeah, trade, interprovincial trade, transportation. We covered that. Environment. Oh, I remember getting really irritated at the... Oh, right, we were at the aquifer mapping and the Great Lakes. contaminated sites. Yeah, here we go. Aquative invasive species. Because I stopped at contaminated sites because this was really, really bad. So I'll just read this one out one more time because it was really, really bad. Conservative Party supports initiatives to provide stable long-term funding for the cleanup of contaminated sites in cooperation with the provinces, territories, and municipalities. We believe that the government should continue to remove roadblocks that discourage the private sector from cleaning and developing contaminated land. Amend the income tax to allow remediation expenses to be treated as deductible expenses. Introduce legislation to terminate regulatory liability upon insurance of regulatory approval of remediation, to encourage development of brownfields reversible only in emergency and in case of fraud. Create an insurance fund for post-liability insurance claims. This will permit the qualification and spreading of development risk through insurance, reinsurance, and diversification of ownership, and provide economic incentives to the private sector to clean up contaminated lands. So this is, let's give a bunch of money and tax cuts to developers who damage land and then rebuild on it and then damage it and then rebuild it and yada 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 yada. This is bad. This is really bad. Aquatic invasive species. The Conservative Party believes the government should, in cooperation with local, provincial, and international governments, make mandatory the existing voluntary guidelines for ballast water management practices and enforce compliance for all ships carrying ballast water. We believe the government should ensure all ships plying Canadian waters built after a set date have a proper ballast water treatment technology and implement economic incentives. This will see ship owners and operators rewarded for improved ballast water treatment practices. Such measures will address the introduction of and spread of aquatic alien invasive species that severely impair biological integrity and threaten the economies of water-dependent communities in Canada. They will also alleviate the cost for treatment, containment, and control of these invasive species, which are massive and generally borne by local communities rather than industries that contribute to the problem. So you want to implement economic incentives, i.e., give money to industries so they will stop causing the problems that are usually fixed and dealt with by local communities. Sorry, quantification, thank you. Yeah, I just do not see how this would help. Every time we've done this, it doesn't work. Every time we try to incentivize or give money to a major corporation to fix a problem, they make the problem worse. Because, like, you without the regulation and holding them accountable, here's the thing. I don't think you need to incentivize businesses to do business. They're already doing business. They already saw a value in doing the business in that place or for that thing. So I don't think you need to incentivize that very much. Sure, you can do a little bit, but I really don't think you need to do a whole ton. Specifically with the types of resources and the amount of resources that Canada has, we're already attractive. You know what I mean? Like, you already look good, hon. You don't need to cake it on. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to like wanting to create incentives, where you want to invest that money is the locals level. Because the local level is going to be the people who are aware of the issues, will recognize the issues faster, and have better ideas about how to fix and what the necessary things are for their area. Right? They are the experts of their own spaces. Right? So if you incentivize them and have them doing the work and listen to them, you're going to end up with a lot better results faster. So I just don't see the need to do so. Like I don't see any need to incentivize companies to need water. You know what I mean? Like I don't see any need to incentivize Like, it's the same thing with up here. Like, you don't need to, you shouldn't need to incentivize a company to not spill fucking oil everywhere. The incentivize, like, what you should do is incentivize them via regulations and be like, if you fuck this up, you're paying for the cleanup, period, end of sentence. So don't fuck it up. Illegal oil dumping. The Conservative Party believes in the following initiatives: expanded oil dumping detection, prohibitions to prevent ships from entering sensitive sea areas. Okay. Legislation requiring ship operators to account for their ship's waste. Okay. Incentives to dump waste at our port facilities, not in our waters. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. We support increased fines for illegal oil dumping, a practice that kills hundreds of thousands of seabirds every year along with Canada's coastlines. Ship operators caught illegally dumping oil should face criminal charges and be prevented from plying Canadian waters. Okay, you know what? I'm fine with that. That makes sense to me. Healthcare. Oh yes, the Conservatives and their healthcare options. The Conservative Party believes all Canadians should have reasonable. Again, we're back to reasonable. What is reasonable? Remember at the beginning when we read this and they said, oh, Canadians should have reasonable access to timely, quality healthcare services regardless of their ability to pay. All right, what does reasonable mean? What is unreasonable? The provinces and territories should have maximum flexibility to ensure the delivery of medically necessary health services within a universal public healthcare system. So you don't want to privatize healthcare? We support adding a sixth principle to the Canada Health Act to provide stable and transparent federal funding. The government should work with the provinces in a cooperative and constructive manner. That doesn't mean anything. Conservative Party supports amending the Canada Health Act to recognize palliative care as a separate and distinct right for all Canadians. Why would you separate it from why would you move that out of healthcare? Why would you move it out? What's the value of that? Flexibility for the provinces and territories in the implementation of healthcare services should include a balance of public and private delivery options. It already does. It already does that. But they said they didn't want it to be private. The government should work with the provinces and territories in the development of national quality indicators and objectives. The government should work with the provinces and territories and professional medical groups to increase the supply of healthcare professionals where shortages exist. Well, congratulations, because we've got a ton of American doctors who are like, help us, please. Let us work for you. So hey, if you're working as a nurse or you're a doctor and you want to get out of America, apply to Canada. Give us a call. Call up call up our Canadian immigration offices. The Conservative Party supports conscious rights for doctors, nurses, and others to refuse to participate in or refer their patients for abortion, assisted suicide, or euthanasia. What? Then don't be a doctor and don't be a nurse. If you're not willing to give people fucking care, then because of a personal belief, then don't work in the medical field. Find a new career. That's not your job. If you don't want to do that, then you ought not be working in the medical field. Period. End of sentence. This is the same argument as we didn't want to do a blood transfusion. We didn't want to vaccinate our kids, so we let them die because we don't believe in vaccines. This is the same fucking thing. Your doctor should not and does not have the right to refuse you care because they hold a personal belief. Period. End of sentence. Because it's the job. they're allowed to have that belief. They're allowed to think those things, but they are not allowed to refuse you care based on those things. The same reason why you're not allowed to refuse care of a person because they're gay. That's not how it works. Find a new career if you don't like it. Do something else with your time. So absolutely fucking not. In no fucking way, shape, or form is this even remotely fucking reasonable. And to pretend that it is absurd. The government should work with provinces and territories and professional medical groups to develop a national palliative care strategy and adopt appropriate legislation to provide timely and equitable access across Canada to palliative care, which affirms life, regards dying as a normal process, and excludes euthanasia and assisted suicide. That's why they want to take it out and treat it as something else. They don't think these things are they don't think you have a right to care. They don't think you have a right to proper medical care and practice. Yes, assisted suicide is dark and hard to talk about. But it's medical care. It's within the medical field of practice. It makes you uncomfortable? Go, well, you're not the one making the decision. Butt out. It's none of your business. Go touch grass. And one other thing. Your personal belief doesn't get to dictate what other people choose to do or limit other people's choices. You're allowed to have whatever beliefs you want, and you're allowed to not get an abortion if you don't want one. You're allowed to not participate in an assisted suicide if you don't want to. But that doesn't mean you get to tell other people what they get to do with their bodies. You're allowed to believe what you want. Mind your own fucking business. Medicare audit. The Conservative Party supports the concept of a social audit under the existing office of the chief actuary to help Canadians and their government determine how well their Medicare is working. The audit would include actuarial advice on program design and healthcare financing issues. Let's just talk to the professionals instead. How about we just listen to the professionals? What is this? What is this? This is so vague. You're gonna ask Joe Schmo down the road if he had a long wait time at the hospital? Like, yeah, and like the issue with that is the amount of service and how much we're paying our medical workers. Not because our system is bad. This is a misunderstanding. When you don't fund something, it doesn't do well, and then you use the fact that it's not doing well as an excuse to defund it. It's circular reasoning, right? So it's like, oh, our medical care system is broken because you're not getting timely and reasonable stuff, but you're not getting timely and reasonable stuff not because the system doesn't work, but because the system doesn't have any funding. It's being chokehold. It's getting cucked. So put the money into it and see if it works. Go ask somebody. Go find an older person in your life who has kids and ask them what services they got when they had that kid. Go find somebody in their 60s and 70s and ask them if they had a kid. Ask them what that experience was like and what they got at the hospital. If they got a private room, what their care was like, how quickly they got in, did they get any aftercare things at the hospital? What did they get? Did the government send them a care package or anything like that? Ask. And then go and check to see what the policies were at the time. Go ahead. And then check and see when the policies changed. Go on. Go see what it is. I dare you. Do your own research. Wellness promotion. Conservative Party recognizes the importance of wellness promotion and disease prevention in enhancing the health of Canadians and contributing to the sustainability of our healthcare system. Okay. And what? I would like to point out real quick, by the way, that Polyev has gone out to say that there are only two genders and he's never heard of any other genders. Protecting at-risk workers. Conservative Party believes the government should work with provinces and territories to get a nationwide agreement to amend labor codes to provide at-risk workers such as prison guards, law enforcement officials, and healthcare workers and their physicians or other medical professionals the right to know when they have been exposed to infectious disease. This right should transcend the privacy rights of the infected individual and should be analogous to workers' rights with respect to hazardous material exposure. You're gonna treat people with AIDS like they're hazardous material? You think that cops doing a routine fucking traffic stop deserve to know your medical history? No! Fuck you! Absolutely fucking not. Motherfucker, no way. No. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely not. No. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you very, very much. Health, science, research, development, and innovation. Why do you think you should, like, the cops should just get your private information? Fuck the police. Health, science, research, development, and innovation. The Conservative Party recognizes the importance of health, science. I don't, like, a healthcare professional doesn't even deserve to know where I live. Conservative Party recognizes the importance of health science research in enhancing the health of Canadians and as a dynamic economic sector in its own right. We encourage all governments to foster an environment that encourages health science research and development of new health care technologies, which in part can be achieved through the provision of an adequate level of federal funding. We believe adequate level of federal funding. That stuff that they already said they wanted to cut. We believe the government should support projects which would reduce waiting lists, improve the quality of care, and ensure better coordination and information sharing in the delivery of healthcare. You know how you fix that? Adequate funding. You know what they don't have? Adequate funding. Go to your local hospital and ask the service desk person if they're not too busy. Don't be a dick. And be like, hey, what out of like 3 or 4 things, what do you think your hospital needs more of? And how do you get it? The answer is going to be more funding. A conservative government should, in consultation with the provinces and territories, be open to the implementation of new advances so that all Canadians can benefit from a modern, effective, and sustainable health system tailored to meet their needs. We already have that. Pharmaceuticals. The Conservative Party believes that Canada's pharmaceutical legislation must strike a balance between encouraging the development of new drugs and ensuring that those drugs are available to Canadians at affordable prices. Okay, but in a recent speech, Polyev said that he wants to sue the pharmaceutical companies that make fentanyl. So how is that going to encourage the development of new drugs? If there's a risk that later down the line, they're going to get sued by governments because people are misusing those drugs because we don't have adequate healthcare for addiction and mental health and other systems of treatment because we're not putting enough funding into our medical care and our mental health care. Because we just decided to give our medical records to the police. Like, what are you talking about? This is fucking psychotic. Like, again, any one of these things in a bubble might be okay, but if you're, or might like not be the most problematic thing, but as soon as you start putting all of these things on top of the other, we're on 83, and you put in a lack of fun, you say we're gonna cut all the grants as much as possible, we're gonna cut all the funding, we're gonna cut all the taxes, then we're going to sue and police state people's medical records, and we're going to sue pharmaceutical companies because we cut all the funding, and like the fentanyl problem is only going to get worse if you don't get people care. So the care, by the way, that Polyev calls drug dens, right? Like that's what he calls the safe injection sites, which are statistically and in a community good, like have been a net good, that have worked. Alright. We believe that part of this balance is achieved through adhering to an international standard of 20 years patent protection for pharmaceuticals. Patents, patents, patents. What was that we were just covering about insulin and patents? Fuck off. Fuck you. If we are giving our taxpayer money to companies and private companies or anybody to develop care and cure, we the people should benefit from our investment. Period. Tell you what, if it gets developed in Canada, Canadians get it for free, and we can sell it to other countries because Canada first. That's the American way, right? We'll charge everybody else out the ass for it. No? Does that seem unfair? Does that seem unreasonable? It does seem unfair and unreasonable. I'm sure America wouldn't like it if they weren't the ones benefiting from charging their people a shitload for insulin and it was just going to Canadians. We believe people should not lose their life savings because of unexpected health problems or the result of the cost of prescription drugs. We support faster processing of drug approvals without compromising patient safety. Okay, how? How are you going to do that faster? We support domestic research, development, and production of vaccines using a variety of traditional and new technologies, including options for vaccines that do not violate religious beliefs or ethical values of Canadians. What are those? What are those options that don't violate that? I'm curious to know. We affirm Canadians have the freedom and rights to refuse vaccine for moral, religious, medical, or other reasons. So recently, a couple years ago, I think it was before COVID, in the before times, there was a push to remove religious reasons for not getting vaccines. You had to have another reason. They wanted to make, they were basically pushing for the only reason for you to not get a vaccine was if you had a pre-existing condition. Because they were deciding that a religious belief wasn't a good enough reason to let your kid die of the measles, basically. Because that's considered child abuse. So there's that. I don't know where that's at right now, though. I also don't know if it was a federal thing or a provincial thing. I'd have to look it up, but, you know. They're not telling you how they're gonna do it. they're only supportive. It's much easier to cheer a marathon runner on than actually help them in any meaningful way. Yeah, you were right. Natural health products. The Conservative Party supports enhanced freedom for Canadians and their choice of natural health products and complementary treatments with proper safeguards for public safety. Take your medication. Fuck. Assisted human reproduction and related research. The Conservative Party recognizes the need for federal regulation in assisted human reproduction and related research. This field should be governed by principles that respect human individuality, integrity, dignity, and life. In recognition of the ethical and scientific concerns around research using human embryos, We support an initial 3-year prohibition on embryonic research. What? Why? And a call on the federal government to encourage its granting agencies to focus on more promising adult postnatal stem cell research. How about we listen to the scientists? How about we acknowledge that there is an entire fucking field of study about the ethics, and there are ethic boards that make these determinations and have these discussions on a regular basis, and that an embryo isn't a fucking person yet. And that clump of cells isn't a person yet. So how about maybe fuck off? How about also we can like make those in a lab? Like, what do they think is going on? What do they think is happening? Do they think that like all of the like the research cells that are coming from this are coming from abortions? Cause they're definitely not. That's definitely not what's happening. That's funny. That's very funny. This is funny. This one just makes me laugh because it's just stupid. Like, how long have we been doing this research for? I mean, I guess to be fair, doing something for a really long time doesn't mean it's ethically okay, right? But what's the ethical argument being discussed here among scientists, right? Like, what scientists are bringing forward ethical science, like ethical concerns about the science? What are those concerns? Because the only concern I've heard of when it comes to this kind of shit is some fucking crazy lady with a sign and a blowhorn outside of an abortion clinic. Saying that, like, Pizzagate shit. They're taking our embryos and they're taking stem cells and eating babies to keep themselves young because they're lizard people. Like, that's the fucking thing we're talking. IVF also ends up destroying zygotes. Yeah, that's 100% what they're talking about. They're definitely talking about IVF. 100%. Not every pregnancy is viable, dude. I don't know what to tell you. You don't like that biology is sticky? You don't like that life is hard and not everything and everyone survives and lives life the exact same fucking cookie cutter way? Abortion legislation. A conservative government will not support any legislation to regulate abortion. You don't get to say that after you already said that you wanted. Hold on, let me pull that up because that was a couple of days ago now. Let me go scroll back up here real quick. Where is it? It was pretty early on, right? That they brought this up. Did they just forget what they wrote? Let's see. Taxes. Hold on. Let me just. There's a faster way for me to do this. The Conservative Party believes in restoring democratic accountability to the House of Commons by allowing free votes. All votes should be free except for the budget, main estimates, and core government initiatives. On issues of moral conscience, such as abortion, the definition of marriage, and euthanasia, the Conservative Party acknowledges the diversity of deeply held personal convictions among individual party members and the right of members of parliament to adopt positions in consultation with their constituents and to vote freely. That is bringing abortion back up for debate and saying that the parliament and the members get to do whatever the fuck they want regardless of their constituents, and talking about individual beliefs rather than the good of the health of the nation. So you don't get to say on the we don't support any legislation to regulate abortion. But the answer is you want to regulate it out of existence. Yeah, so they're fine with unregulated abortion? Yeah, because unregulated abortion would be no abortion. As far as they think. What it actually is it's unregulated abortion, meaning abortions are happening in back alleys again and with coat hangers. because the Conservative Party doesn't like women. Surprise! I hope I'm not breaking anybody's balls here. The Conservative Party doesn't like women. In principle, the Conservative Party opposes euthanasia and assisted suicide. Well, too bad for you. I don't need help. I'm gonna go step in front of a train and make myself into a fine pink mist. And make myself everyone else's problem. Good God. You do know, like, assisted suicide, the whole point is to prevent suicides and get people the help that they need or want? I don't like women either. Looks in mirror with self-loathing. Furthermore, we oppose the extension of euthanasia and assisted suicide to minors. Okay, so this has come up a couple of times, right? Because I've brought this up, and then a bunch of Americans all freaked out and they got mad at me because they thought that, like, I was like murder 3-year-olds, right? Because my answer was, why stop at 3? Like, if you're gonna have assisted suicide, what justifies putting an age on it, an age cap, one way or the other? Right? What's your justification? Is there justification that you've lived long enough? Like, that doesn't make any sense. You live long enough, we're gonna let you die now. We'll let you decide to kill yourself. I feel like it ought to be a human right to decide when you die. Like, if you have the option. Like, you should at least, if you have control over anything in your life, it should be whether or not you live or die today, outside of extenuating circumstances, you know what I mean? But with that comes access to healthcare and medication and therapy and mental health professionals and professionals that can give you all of the options and you'd be like, all right, we could try this, we could try this, we could try this. Once we've tried these things, then we can talk about X, Y, and Z. And this is assuming you're not somebody who is, 13 years old and suffering in pain every day from an uncurable issue that you're just suffering and your quality of life is just complete trash. Right? I agree with April. The only possible justification is consent. So the question is with professionals, when can you decide consent? I'm not a professional in early childhood development, so I could not say. I don't know. That is an ethical question to be determined by the medical field and regularly discussed amongst medical professionals who are professionals in these fields. I've read that around the age of 7 is about the time when you would be able to make that kind of a decision with, obviously, the assistance of medical professionals and guardians, etc. As well as, like, it depends on when you want to decide. There's going to be this in-between time, right? There's going to be this in-between time of when babies pop out, they're not really done yet, you know what I mean? And so it seems to be that, like, by the time a child, like a baby, starts to have, like, cognizant understanding of self is somewhere around the age of 3 to 4. Again, it's not going to be everyone. This is just what I've read. I'm not a professional. So, can a parent with medical professionals decide that they can't keep their child alive because of some medical issue, that the only way this child stays alive for any length of time that is in question is under a microscope, under 100,000 tubes. You've never touched your baby. You're never going to be able to touch your baby. This baby is 3, 4, 5 months, and they're like, and they might die tomorrow. They might die in 2 years. Their life is going, like, are they even living a life? And these are difficult questions. But these are difficult questions you have to ask. Do you euthanize that person? They're a baby, they're born. And at what point are you, the parent, no longer allowed to make that decision alone and you need the child's input? realistically, there's this between the ages of 3 to 7, there's this 4 year where you're all just gonna have to suffer for the next 4 years. Terminal medical conditions don't respect age. Good point. Exactly. So this is just, all this is the Conservative Party being like, oh, that's icky. I don't like thinking about it. And because I don't like thinking about it, I'm gonna make it go away. What are the people who are left to deal with this supposed to do then? All you're doing is removing legitimate options. Furthermore, we expose the extension of euthanasia and assisted suicide to minors, to people who are not competent, and people who live with psychological suffering, mental illness, and people not terminally ill. Their natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. So they're like, you have to be dying tomorrow before we'll unplug you. There's so much nuance, it would take a week to hash out the pros and cons. Exactly. So this is the thing. This is the thing with things like euthanasia, with things like abortion, anything that is like along assisted suicide. There are so many variables for every individual that the only reasonable thing to do is to make it accessible with as many like options available. The more options that are available, the less likely this person who wants to do the suicide will not choose the suicide, because you're given more options. You're given the healthcare, you're given the access to the medication, you've got the medical professionals there, you have the mental health professionals there. But guess what? Even with all those things, sometimes people just don't want to play anymore. They don't want to be here. And they shouldn't be forced to be here because some fucking conservative shitbag doesn't like the idea. They don't actually care about them. They've already talked about cutting Medicaid, like medical care. They're cutting the taxes. So you're actually going to make life worse for all these people and tell them that they still have to be there, so they keep paying you taxes, so they're wage slaves? Like, what are you talking about? Fuck you! This is dystopian as shit. And so all you're gonna end up with is with less assisted suicides, but not less suicides. You're still gonna have equal or more suicides. In fact, I would say you're gonna have more suicides. The less medical care, the less mental health care, the less access to therapy, to things like antidepressants, like to prescriptions, and the less access to any of these things there is, the more suicides you will get, the more drug addiction you will get, the more death overall you will get. And I'm not saying this hyperbolically. These are the statistics. These are the numbers. The numbers show these things. You reduce somebody's odds of committing suicide if there's a process that they can go and commit suicide. And within that process is medical professionals, mental health professionals, people who are willing to talk up to them and care about them. Fucking duh. If they wanted to stop euthanasia, they would choose a platform that increased access to higher standards of living. Yeah, good point. This is just forcing people to be a labor source. They are wanting a workforce which has no recourse and no choice to end their life because it threatens their consumerism. You're right. You're right. When you distill this down, that's exactly what this is. Because what did they talk about? Union busting. Money to fucking corporations. Less access to healthcare. Less choices. This is why I keep calling the anti-abortion people anti-choice. They're not pro-life, they're anti-choice. They don't want people to not live. They don't care what conditions or what is going on in that person's life, and don't have any interest in making that life better in any way, shape, or form. They could care less about that. They're just anti-choice. They don't want you to have the right to choose. And if a person has the right to choose anything, it should be the right to end their own life. if that's, like, it's your life. It's wholly yours. You should get to choose what to do with it. We oppose MAID, for people living with disabilities or mental illness seeking to die based on poverty, homelessness, or inability to receive medical treatment. Sometimes the inability to receive medical treatment is because the technology doesn't exist, motherfucker. So suffer in poverty forever because we're not going to do anything to alleviate the poverty? How about just alleviate the poverty? How about that? That'd be, you know what, that would be less expensive. Because you want to know why? You get rid of assisted suicide. Now you have people committing suicide. And now you have to pay to clean it up. You have to do an investigation. You have to do, you potentially are charging people and sending people to the prison system, which all costs money. Sometimes you're charging people with crimes they didn't commit because somebody's being charged for a murder or a homicide. Assuming that this person is mentally in a space where they only kill themselves and don't harm anybody else. Because then you have that additional cleanup, you have that additional death, you have that additional lawsuit, you have that additional fucking police system. If you wanted to solve this problem, David is 100% right. UBI. You want this to not affect people on poverty? UBI, motherfucker. Access. Choices. Options. A healthy economy. Good God. Euthanasia must not be an abandonment of people living with genuine needs. It's definitively not. That's you. You are abandoning these people by telling them to sit down, shut up, and go back to work. Instead of actually listening to them and their problems and looking for solutions. I'm all for examining the nuance and making the system better. There isn't a social system in existence that's perfect. Cutting it isn't the answer. I agree. Mental health. The Conservative Party acknowledges that healthcare includes mental illness and developmental disabilities, and that all levels of government act within their areas of responsibility to ensure research, public awareness, timely assessment, treatment, and support of individuals and families impacted by mental health and developmental disabilities. You remember, by the way, that they said they wanted to cut funding to, like, make things accessible, right? So, like, ramps and like accessibility, like special elevator accessibilities, all of that shit, that they want to cut that. Maternal health. Oh, great. This isn't gonna make me want to vomit. The Conservative Party supports maternal health and child care initiative designed to improve and protect women's and children's health. Okay, first problem. We've talked about this already, but I'm going to talk about it again because they're talking about it again. Women's health and children's health are separate things. Stop lumping women and children together. Women are not children. Children are not women. Women's health and children's health. Right? You understand this? The health of a baby and the health of a woman are interconnected, but they are not the same thing. All right? You understand. You understand that a child is not a woman, and a woman is not a child. They do not have the same bodies. They are not the same person. They do not have the same needs. Right? So, you need to separate out what. Tell you what, if you're gonna be weird about it, why aren't men in this? Men, women, and children's health. Or adults and children's health. No, why are men getting what is this DEI shit of these special treatments that men get? Huh? No? Fuck off. Protect women and children's health and to reduce maternal death during pregnancy and delivery. You know what reduces maternal death during pregnancy and delivery? Abortions. Abortions do that. Abortions do that. We need to abort this. Stop the train. Abort. The train's going off the rails, guys. We gotta stop the train. They're like, no, the train has to keep going. The train has to keep going until it reaches its destination. What shape the passengers and what shape the train is in by the time it gets there doesn't matter. That is what's happening here. The train is on the we put the train on the track and we set the train to go. Woman is now pregnant. All right? The train is the woman, the track is the pregnancy. All right? Oh shit. One of the cars has slid off the fucking track and is getting dragged behind and is damaging the train and the track. So the chance to get pregnant in the future and the woman's body is just being in damage. And if it keeps going like this, the whole train could derail, which means that in the analogy is the woman dies. The train derailing is the woman's death. Everyone is like, well, shit, we better disconnect that car. Right? Like, disconnect the car, and the train can keep going, and we can switch the track and get things back on track, and then we can try again and add another car later. We can try it again later. No. The conservatives, the pro-life people, the anti-choice people are like, no, you are not allowed to take that cart off the train until it reaches the destination 8 months from now. Don't worry, guys, the train will be fine. I'm pro-choice, too. These people are anti-choice. Oh my god. Is it too late to abort Polyev? I don't know, you have to ask the Conservative Party. Oh my god. Hey, listen, the Conservative Party can drop Polyev anytime they want. And that's the thing. Is the train even gonna make it to the destination? Maybe. Like, that's what it is. That do be what it is. That is the most apt analogy I think I've ever made in the history of my life ever. I mean, the fruit tree was a good one for talking about investment, but like, I don't know. I think this train analogy for the abortion is pretty good. All right, anyway. During pregnancy and delivery, the focus will be to ensure provisions of the necessities of life: clean water, appropriate nutrition, inoculations, basic medical care, and training of healthcare workers to care for women and to deliver babies. Hey, how come a house isn't in that? Hey, how come shelter? How come shelter isn't in this list? How come guys, how come shelter isn't in the... Care for women and to deliver babies. Fuck no. Abortion should be explicitly excluded. Explicitly excluded. Hey, remember up here? Not support any legislation to regulate abortion. They want to bring abortion back for a vote. Remember we read earlier? Explicitly excluded. Remember when I said that they mean, when they say no, they mean no, not any legislation to regulate abortion, they mean no regulation, i.e. get rid of it entirely? Gee, you guys, I wonder why women don't like Polyev. I wonder why women in Canada don't tend to vote conservative. I wonder why. I wonder. I'm so curious. I can't imagine why women might not like be cool with this. I don't know. Abortion should be explicitly excluded from Canada's maternal and child health program. Well, yeah, it shouldn't be in the child health program. It has nothing to do with children. It's women. You notice how they took the women out of this? Hey, guys, why did you take women out of this? You're saying abortion should be explicitly excluded from women's health care. That's what you're saying. Remember up here? Maternal and child health care initiatives? To improve and protect women's and children's health? Maternal and children's health program, and they just took the women out? Yeah, because it doesn't help women. This doesn't improve women's health. It doesn't protect women at all. In any capacity. Maybe women don't like Polyev because he's trying to grab our autonomy by the kitty. That's a good one. I like that. Abortion should be explicitly excluded from Canada's maternal and child health program in countries where Canadian aid is delivered, since it is extremely divisive and often illegal. Oh, you want to remove it from foreign aid, eh? You gonna stop sending condoms too? Yeah, fuck off. Public health emergency preparedness. The Conservative Party of Canada recognizes that public health and emergency demand a Canadian-based rapid response plan, including domestically available biomedical, pharmaceutical, vaccines, and personal protective equipment (PPE) assets, with best practice to mitigate health/death and collateral societal disruption and economic damage. Partnering with provinces and territories, investments in health research and development and domestic manufacturing creates good jobs while safeguarding Canadians' health. Portable, fucking shut up. Portable water. The Conservative Party recognizes that clean drinking water is a basic necessity of human life. The federal government must work with provinces, territories, municipalities, and First Nations to develop an actionable solution with an agreed upon timeline to deliver access to safe and affordable portable water to all Canadian communities. Ban Nestle. Look, I'm gonna fucking give you a really, really easy solution to this problem. Ban Nestle from Canada. Don't let them produce here. Don't let them use any of our resources. Don't sell their product. Ban Nestle from Canada. In its entirety. Not just its water, not just Nestea, not just fucking Smarties. Ban Nestle in totality. Fuck them. Get them out of here. They're a mess. They're a nightmare creature. Get them. They're a cancer. They're a cancer on our resources. And they're a cancer on our communities. They fucking suck. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Make them pay reparations. And get them the fuck out of our goddamn country. Fuck off. Fuck off forever. Yeah. Woke lords think they should get a drink. Lol. Protecting children's mental health and physical health. No, except for that euthanasia thing. Conservative government will protect children by prohibiting life-altering... Oh, it's the anti-trans clause. A conservative government will protect children by prohibiting life-altering medicinal or surgical interventions on minors under 18 to treat gender confusion or dysphoria and encourage positive mental and physical health support for all Canadians suffering from gender dysphoria and related mental health challenges. Don't let that boy wear a dress. Protect the children by dictating what clothing they're allowed to wear. That's not authoritarian at all. Oh, god damn it. Oh. Crank claws. I like that. That's funny. April's on fire today. I like it when people with no medical degrees get to decide what healthcare is available to people. It's a kilt! Protect children by prohibiting them from receiving care. Question. What about children who are pregnant under the age of 18? They need life-altering medical care because being pregnant at that age is life-altering and requires medical care. Will they be allowed to have an abortion? Or are we going the way of the America, where they're gonna force 13-year-olds and 12-year-olds and 10-year-olds to carry pregnancies, and then let women bleed out in parking lots because it's not time to give them an abortion yet? Even though they've got a dead baby that they're carrying around now. And that baby isn't even necessarily a baby they didn't want. A national uniform right to informed consent and bodily autonomy. Except for trans people, and except for women, and unless you want unless you want to die, unless you want euthanasia, unless you have a debilitating fucking disease that makes your life a living hell. Too bad for all three of those groups. Every Canadian is entitled to informed consent and bodily autonomy, except you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Every Canadian. Except those ones. Except for those groups. Health professionals must disclose an uncensored risk-benefit analysis for any treatment, including vaccines! So all that shit they were saying, by the way, before about being pro-vaccine and shit, yeah, they just threw that out. While protecting patient privacy. Except that you already gave up patient privacy to the cops. Remember, they already said that the police and anybody any of those professions within that umbrella deserve to have your medical records. So you don't have that either. No constitutional right shall be restricted for refusing medical treatments or disclosure. Except for the fact that you said that you want to give the cops all of our fucking medical data. Right? Except for that. Except for that thing that we... Ow! My thing got stuck in my hair. Except for that thing. Except for that thing. What the fuck? We're not saying vaccines are bad. We're just asking questions, guys. We're just asking questions. Our country shall promote a scientific, unprejudiced, balanced, open discourse. What? That's not even a real sentence. Our country shall promote a scientific, unprejudiced, balanced, open discourse. There we go. Good God. What? Okay, well, if it's scientific, then we're now pro-choice. If we're scientific, then we're pro-LGBTQ plus people. If we're pro-science, and we're unprejudiced, and we're balanced, then we need to be pro these things. If you are not pro these things, you are not being scientific, you are not being unprejudiced, and you are not being balanced. The only conclusion you can come to by being balanced about this is an understanding that mind your own fucking business. Drug and substance abuse. The Conservative Party supports drug prevention and substance abuse program to provide persons with addictions long-term mental and physical health care and supportive social services to address their underlying problems such as mental health illness, family instability, trauma, poverty, or homelessness. Except for those fucking drug dens that are obviously helping you and are actually safe injection sites. Except for that. Not that. We hate that. These people are so fucking ridiculous. It's just like, hey, you know this thing that everybody really likes and everybody really wants? Yeah, we definitely support that thing. And here's some caveats, because this is definitely this, and it's not. It's the opposite. It's always the opposite. It's always the opposite. Women get bodily autonomy, except when they have a dead baby in their womb. Except when they have a cluster of cells trying to make a baby outside, and it's an ectopic pregnancy. Too bad. Get sepsis and die, loser. You are weak anyway. We didn't want you in the gene pool. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? These are the type of people who think that, like, if a woman can't get pregnant, they're not a woman. You know what I mean? Like, good God. If you want fair and balanced and unbiased, then women should be allowed to have, should be allowed to get their uterus removed when they want to. And they shouldn't be questions about it. Yeah, they shouldn't have to be talking about, like, what about if your husband wants a child later? Like, as soon as you say that, get the fuck out. It's not like it's like that's a major surgery. You don't think they didn't think about it hard enough? And if they regret it later, adopt. Yeah, there's already a woman that got arrested for miscarrying. That already happened. You didn't hear about that? You didn't hear about that shit in America? Birthing persons.